to get under the second apron? I'm glad you asked. No one else listening is glad you asked, though. Pat, anything else?
Nope.
Smalls, you've been silent on this debate. I don't blame you, but your thoughts?
About Saquon?
Yeah.
If you removed him from the equation, would the Eagles be playing in the conference championship?
No, they would not.
Maybe.
No, they would not.
I don't think they would.
You are so
They
wrong.
would be built differently, but maybe. America's Analyst next.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's playoff time, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash playing daily fantasy football on Sleeper Picks. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. And now, Sleeper has a special offer. New users just have to play $5 to get $55 in free entries. Download the Sleeper app today and use code SCORE and get $55 in free entries when you play $5. That's code SCORE. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit, $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Doug, what a dossier Jackson's lined up for you today.
What do we got now?
Robert Thomas, 8:15.
Okay, good.
Friend of the show?
He said we can call him a friend of the show.
Okay. He did. I think he was being
And then he
nice.
hung up. It's like, yeah, that's fine.
And the Blues taking on VGK. Jackson just put on his mic cover.
I forgot to turn off my mic before I did that. Silly mistake.
Got some Jimmy Roberts spittle over there, do you?
Coming out hot. Well, I really pop. So this helps with that. Yeah. Well, I'm an orator.
What's that?
Orator?
Orator.
Orator.
Okay. Silver-tongued orator.
You pop.
Your words.
Some people have the S's, the whistle.
Yeah.
Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah, feel good.
Who else has the...
Like a lisp?
No, just sort of the S whistles a little bit.
I don't know.
Okay. I'll take your call.
I'll be thinking about
We
it.
will take your calls on S's that whistle. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, you're welcome to text into the program. Many friends of the Feather do throughout the course of the broadcast at 314-399-9646. Let's argue today over who is more important to TMA. I'd argue Lucas's 2 hours as a board op back when you guys were at the boot shop really put the wheels in motion for the move to 101 ESPN. That's from Alan Dadeville.
This was the guy who filled in, punching the buttons for a day or two? That was the key role?
Was he talking about Nate Lucas?
No.
Hey, Kevin, I'll be on later.
No, this was the Plowhawk was terminated multiple times, sometimes actually via email during the show.
That's awkward.
Yeah, and then terminated, but said you need to stick around to board up for Frank Cusimano's show, which is a very rare form of termination. And the next day, a gentleman by the name of Lucas came in, Doug, a young gentleman.
Sure, yeah. Early
and
20s.
our audience, similar to what we experienced with friend of the program, Brian Kunderman from St. Louis University.
He's a dish.
Who was called a dish by our audience. Hey, who's the dish over Coach Schertz's shoulder? When he was in the other day, our audience really took a liking to Lucas's appearance and wanted him to stand up and do a twirl.
Oh,
I'm spreading my legs like the Dickens.
oh come on, Plowsy.
So that's a little of the history there on Lucas, who I think had a stint of 2 days. The show has been on the air for thousands of days, but Lucas's 2 days, according to Alan Dadeville, the key for the move to 101 ESPN.
He came in, he dipped his beak in the water of broadcasting, thinking maybe he wanted a part of it, and said, fellas, I'm out.
Did he quit? I'm not up to date yet. I'm a couple seasons behind.
Right.
What happened to Lucas?
Well, a lot of choices, Martin, because oftentimes there were quote-unquote furloughs, there were quote-unquote terminations, and there were quote-unquote quittings. But more often than not, it was one of the first two.
Okay.
Sometimes under the guise.
Everybody gets a pay raise, okay? And then next week, everybody gets a pay cut. Oh, okay. That was genius. That actually happened.
Okay. Martin, you were down there with Coach Schertz last night, weren't you?
Yes.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah.
Talked to friend of the show, Troy Robertson, and I said, please.
Height discriminator.
He's a tall guy.
Fine. I tip my cap. I'm envious as the day is long. But do not discriminate against those of us who are vertically challenged, Doug.
Has he done that? Has he done that audibly?
Yes.
Okay.
How tall is he?
Probably 6'4", maybe-ish. But I have got him on board with calling BK, Brian Kunderman, the dish.
Oh, nice.
From now on, he is just the dish. He called it a career highlight to not only be seen on the TMA cameras, but to be called the dish.
Really?
Yeah, he called it a career highlight.
Well, that's
It
nice.
really
We could
is.
do that for him.
It's like a check that every broadcaster, everybody really in St. Louis
blue
should want to
check.
check being sexually harassed on our show by our audience.
Huh, it's happened to quite a few now.
I know.
right.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like a rite of passage.
I had a dilemma because it was about 6:30, games at 7. The coaches don't typically come out. The players are all out there
Fran
running
Dunphy.
around. He was, I remember talking to the great Fran Dunphy for a
PA
while.
announcer.
Tim sounds like the Tourette's PA announcer.
Glass. George Glass. Doug, that was Eve Plum on the breed.
Right, yes, it was.
I don't know where that applied, but it worked. What if you had Tourette's and you were the PA announcer?
Just they leave the mic open the whole time.
They're running up and down the
Attendance
court.
is down. We've got some nitwit doing the PA. Yeah. Be happy to do it.
Just
be honored. I'm looking for more gigs.
Say random names like this. They're going up another. Quavain Mitchell. Maybe as Guy Phillips ages, that might happen. Just start yelling out random names. But I was looking to see if Coach Schertz was there just to say hi. Let him know I showed up to support the squad.
Friend of the show.
Yes.
Kind of a coworker.
And he plays ball. He's been great to this show. He's a lot of fun. But it is a half hour before a game they'd really like to win. I was debating if I saw him, if I could just do a quick selfie just for you guys only, not for Twitter, but just to send to the crew.
It's kind of bold.
I don't know that I'd do that.
I never
used to get selfies with Norm Stewart right before a Kansas game.
No.
Coach Pinkel? Right
Didn't know what a
game?
selfie was back then.
Which coach do you think would be most resistant to a pregame selfie with the media?
Belichick?
Yeah, I think Pinkel's on the list.
But really rip your head
Nick
off.
Saban?
Like, 'cause I'm sure most would just blow you off, but I'm talking about like take you out behind
Really
the woodshed.
scream at you. Yeah.
That's a great question.
Bobby Knight, maybe, if we're going career-wise.
If we're going local, Skipper, because the Skipper was dialed in pregame.
But he could play ball depending on the circumstance.
Pregame, though. Once the game would start to...
Yeah, I'm talking like 15 minutes before first pitch, tip-off, puck drop, you name it.
You got to be kidding me.
I don't think Whitey Herzog would have had a lot of patience for that.
You don't think he would have enjoyed it?
No.
But Coach Schertz, kind of a new animal. I think he...
New animal, Doug? You have a problem with that?
Well,
it's a new era. He's a different breed.
Yeah.
I think he would have been okay with it, but I didn't want to extend the joke too far. Like, okay, dumbass, it's game time. like I'll come in and do the puppet show on a Tuesday at 10, but it's game time, pal. Get out. So I didn't see him. I didn't have to make the choice, and I really don't know what I would have done in the moment. But for you guys, I was thinking about it.
Charlie Spoonhour was like that, where he was just the nicest, funniest guy in the world until right before a game, he was all business.
Oh, is that right?
It was all, it was a different
So you
Charlie.
tried to get a selfie with him?
I did not try. We were warned.
To not get selfies.
They said, no, just because he's your best friend and the greatest guy every other time you see him, right before a game, leave him alone. He's
Watch out, here comes Suckboy Tony.
That's what we'd call.
Dougie Mack told you that. Doug McIlroy said, Doug Vaughn, stand down.
No, it's not
Coach
like I was trying to
would not have
bother
been too
him.
warm to that either.
He just said on game day and right before game time, it's no longer, shucks, Charlie. It's down to business.
I would prefer that in the coach. Like, really not like outside, totally normal, but like during game and right before, like locked in. I love that.
But he would go out the night before and pound beers with Bob Huggins, who everybody hated.
Huggy Bear.
He and Spoon loved each other. They would go out drinking the night before the game, and then during the game, they'd be screaming at each other.
That's outstanding. Good morning, men. Thank you for all you do for us darn listeners. Take care of yourself and each other. And Vaughn, ruin me. That's from Jackson's Conscience, and that's in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. The cameras on the YouTube chat brought to you by the Air Alliance team.
Okay.
So Jackson's Conscience, which is a Frank Haith avatar, wants you to ruin him.
What do you suppose that means exactly?
Well, we did see Frank Haith 2 nights ago. Curse still.
Where is he? What bench is he on?
Texas.
Texas.
Oh, wow.
Right when I saw him, I go, we're losing this game.
What about the uniforms they wore?
That didn't help. All of that in combination.
What about the fact that it was a 2-1 game through 4.5 minutes?
Barn burner. No, we need to find a happy medium because our listeners are either like praising us like we're like doing some sort of saintly deed, or they're holding us like we're absolute terrorists. Like we need to find we're just guys talking, you know. This guy, we're just hanging out.
Guys.
Cute guys, just chopping it up.
Well, I'm just a fan.
Ruining Doug.
I'm just a big old guy and a fan, just like you.
Saintly deed or terrorist?
Alan Dadeville once said on the record that his text about board operator Lucas had context. He said, read my text before that for context. He says, guys, you guys start the show early. These guys at New York are arguing about Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Carter, and I think I heard the name of a random offensive lineman. These guys really can't be that upset about this. That's from Alan Dadeville, and that's what led to his text saying, let's argue today over who is more important to TMA. I'd argue Lucas's 2 hours as a board op back when you guys were at the boot shop really put the wheels in motion for the move to 101 ESPN. So that's what he was trying to say. Let's come up with fake arguments to get angry about. Al, Doug, and Dadeville, and he's a big Georgia fan.
Oh, is he really?
He is.
We were never really at a boot shop. We were owned by a boot shop owner.
Correct me, Doug.
They weren't really selling shoes in the studio or anything.
Could have been a nice play, pivot like you do both,
All right, we can't pay you this week, but have your wife pick out some boots. That'll even things up.
Doug, we just got a text, and it had zero context, and it just says Tom Newton. You like that?
Oh, with the umlaut? That guy?
The umlaut was not included.
Where was the umlaut?
It just
Over the U?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's any
offensive lineman, as today is the 25th anniversary of Ricky Proehl's catch against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And maybe that's why the 573 just sent in apropos of nothing. And I looked at the previous text to see if I missed some context. Just a text that says Tom Newton.
Didn't Al in Dadeville say something about a random offensive lineman?
Nice. Maybe that's the context.
Triggered
Doug, you have to follow this program with a map.
Yeah.
I would assume that was an Eagles offensive lineman, though, like Jordan Mailata, who has a buttery voice. Can really warble. He can really warble.
Can he?
Yeah, I think he's Australian. Shout out to Jordan Mailata.
All right.
If you want to go
and
to
Tom Newton.
If you want to go to Sports Center school, here's what you do. You put a graphic on the screen and you say, is Jaden Daniels the best quarterback left in this playoff?
That's a take.
And I thought, wow, that's really cool, except wait a minute. We've got Patrick Mahomes, who's pretty good. Is he pretty good?
Yeah, better than pretty good.
You guys have him on Channel 4 on your station all the time.
Yes, we do.
You going to do a feature on him this Sunday?
Yeah, sit down.
Sure, he's probably coming in. He's going to come into the station.
Ooh, after going to the Blues game.
In uniform.
Josh Allen's pretty good. But is Jaden Daniels, I think I know, it's a crazy question. I don't know. I mean, the more you look at him, yeah, he is. Think about it. Yeah. At his age, what he's done, you're damn right he's the best quarterback left.
I'm putting him on the oven mitt. I'm putting him on.
Yep, EDF Group sponsors those things, brother.
Are getting hot.
Yep.
And I don't want to get burned.
Yep.
I'm going to touch a piece of equipment and burn my fingertips.
That had a tinge, Martin, of guy who discovers take while in the midst of said take.
You guys had something the other day. I was onboarding, but they had you on in the background. And it was somebody who undid a take during a take, perhaps.
I feel like that's live Jacksoning.
Yeah, I've done that many a time. I've had to hit eject a couple of times. Well, and so I've learned from my mistakes. That's why I had a Dan Campbell take kind of brewing, but it needs another 20, 30 minutes in the oven.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Could we get a little snippet of it now?
A brewing Dan Campbell take.
Needs more in the oven.
No,
I think that's what I heard. It was Dan Campbell. You were starting something that you undid.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give it yet because he's still an outstanding coach.
Speaking of which, I don't want Jackson to get out of the industry, but
however,
I saw, speaking of bits that we would do, the great Chops Ritter was
what a delight.
Sitting courtside at the Billiken game last night. Mike Chops Ritter works for Edward Jones. He used to be in the radio business, and I'm going to say he made the right career decision.
He also does the PA announcing for MICDS basketball. I saw him there at a high school basketball game.
Dabbles in broadcasting.
Yeah.
Sits courtside as he works for Edward Jones.
What about that?
Huh.
Friend of the show.
This guy's portfolio must be strong.
Probably is. He's come way up in the world.
Started the segment, Doug, begging for calls.
He
was the guy before the morning ride. 6 to 7 slot. He coveted 6 to 7 slot.
6 to 7 slot.
Driving in. That's when he would say, Cards win last night. It was a close one. 969-0590. Blues going at it. Should be tough. 969. And then you would just hope, listening. You were just hoping. God, would somebody. Where's Baby O right now? Just somebody just call in.
Rich Baby O Heights is on the line. Thank goodness.
Somebody please call. I thought about calling in a couple times and just disguise. Yeah, it's Marv in Melville. And just talk a little ball.
Doug, didn't you say once, when you were doing college radio or maybe really early, that you would hustle out of the studio, call in, and talk?
Oh, you have the producer call.
You're like a planted call by the producer?
Yeah, the producer.
Wow.
We're getting no calls, so the producer can call and ask a question.
I didn't know that was a strategy. Martin, we got to add that to the list in the industry.
Inside that you could hear feedback, you could hear interference.
Hey, tell Avicii less takey, more droppy. That's from Larry Thornton, and he used to produce for Frank Cusmano over at KSDK, and he's not happy with Avicii talking. He wants more drops.
Is he talking about who's Tel Avicii? He's talking about Avicii? Avicii. Who has been dead for better part of a decade.
Doug, how long is Avicii?
I don't know. Better part of a decade, I think.
Chuck Marlowe was big on it.
He was. He loves that EDM.
He used to get so much crap from the TMA listeners about going to EDM with his buddies.
More crap than you
EDC.
get for going to the Smoky Mountains and sharing a 3-bedroom cabin with 15 men.
Similar. And me and Charlie can commiserate in that fact. He died in, not the decade, 2018.
What happened to him?
I don't know. I'm not positive, so I don't want to say.
Begging for a death
Begging for reasons for
certificate.
death. Yeah.
Begging for death certificate guy on the program. Well, you are welcome to call in to said program. 314-974-0101. And you can gather and you can make friends at youtube.com/TMASTL. You got the YouTube app on your phone. You just pull it up, and now you're watching the show, you're listening to the show, and then there's a chat going on with the delectable Danny Pintaro, MD 2020. 6 paths, Don PP, Jackson's conscience, and Doug's hammer belt?
Oh, wow.
Hammer belt?
I don't know. I just read
Is that like a carpenter belt with a hammer hanging off the side of it?
I believe so.
Doug's work husband.
I don't have a work husband.
Doug, you remember Schneider in One Day at a Time?
Yeah, sure. Would have been lights.
He was a super.
Valerie Bertinelli, and she met Eddie Van Halen.
Bonnie, the mom was Bonnie.
Rotten.
No, it wasn't Bonnie Rotten.
Bonnie.
I know what she looked like.
Spider webs in places that I was surprised.
Bonnie.
We'll take you one day at a time.
Her ex-husband was once married to Sandra Bullock.
Jack Spade.
Yeah. Well, no. Jesse James was once married to Sandra Bullock.
Doug?
That's correct.
That sounds
That's
right.
correct.
Yeah.
Odd.
Bonnie Franklin.
That's
Bonnie
it.
Franklin.
That's it.
Probably in Iggy's Rolodex.
Bonnie Franklin. Iggy, if you're in the YouTube chat, give us Bonnie Franklin's number. We'll talk it over with her.
Hey, sweetie.
Coming up on the program.
She also is no longer with us, so I apologize to her family.
We'll do a seance. All right, Doug, you want to tell people about Mark Milton?
Well, I do. You know, it's tax season again, and if you need your taxes done, Mark Milton can certainly handle that. But what he specializes in is people that have IRS issues. Maybe they didn't return their taxes a year or two. They've got bank levies or wage garnishments. Maybe they're even under IRS criminal investigation. That's where you need Mark Milton. He will step in, and he's got your back, and he can take on the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is the best at what he does. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues that's haunting you, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Doug, Linda Lavin. That's from the Pensacola Porpoise.
No, that was Alice?
Alice, yeah.
And she recently passed away. Yeah, recently.
Also a friend of the program. Let's see.
She wasn't a friend. Iggy tried to get her and couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think she was sideways with him. Mm-hmm. He died in 2018, virgin. Your irrational and erroneous takes are approaching the Plowsy sphere. That's from little Tommy Tribbins, who rides a little trike around the parking lot outside.
It's not a take to just misstate when somebody died or to be off on my.
You're making that your thing?
Yeah, yeah, right. Audrey Hepburn died in 2013. I don't know. Who cares?
Doubt that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, don't say who cares.
Not who cares in terms of her death. No, rest in peace.
Well,
No.
It's like Mike Francesa on Stan Lee.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do that.
She died in, looks like, 96.
Okay. Right, but yeah, I'm just saying.
Nice apology right here would be good.
Who am I?
It was a who cares.
Family Hepburn.
Hit home.
Well, I didn't mean to say like that.
Ouch.
Not who dies. Didn't she live? She probably lived a great life.
Mark Grudadoria, thanks. The bastard James Hahn.
The center for that Rams club.
That's correct. And then he went to the Cardinals.
Got a big contract in Arizona. Yeah.
I think he's an artist now. He paints.
Is he?
We ought to get him on.
Huh.
He might come on. All right. It'd be a good surprise, except you guys would never be able to guess.
We would talk for 15 minutes.
20 minutes later, like, guys, I got to get going. Thanks for having me. By the way, I'm Mark Grudadoria. Like, oh, okay.
Even initials might not help on that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program in so many different ways. I know Pestis from Festus has been calling in all week. He's on hold again.
Oh,
I'll
nice.
try to get to him, but obviously
let's
while we're
get to him.
conducting seances, I have to prioritize here. We are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning those phone lines. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, is coming up at 8:15. He's also a friend of the Auto Loan Pro. You see those commercials during Blues games? Just go to that website. You'll see Bob Thomas right there, and then scroll down and download the free playbook. We know that folks can get into bad circumstances. The Auto Loan Pro not only going to help you get a car, but also get your credit back on track. Little to no money down. They're not only going to sell you a car, they're going to explain the process to you. The Auto Loan Pro will help you get back on track in every way possible. They work with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing. One thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. It's a website, but it's also a teaching vehicle. AutoLoanPro.com, the website. Go online, download the free playbook, help educate yourself on the process, not only buying the car, but also understanding how credit works. Look for Bob Thomas, scroll down, download the free playbook. It's AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
Doug, you can just picture Biggie Smalls on that boat, can't you?
Well, not really.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on this presentation. I'm talking it over with the good people in the YouTube chat, Doug, youtube.com/TMASTL. And I would imagine that has to be a brush with celebrity that most have never experienced.
That you would take just a moment of your precious time to talk with one of the little people?
Well, I see what you're doing, setting up a height joke. It's a shame
I mean,
that stuff goes on.
they're the little people because they're just commoners.
Proletariats, and I'm a noble.
Right.
That's right. You can participate in the YouTube chat. I might even talk to you. YouTube.com/TMASTL. We have a request for nothing but Battlehawks talk. And then we have a request for the Visitation girls basketball coach. And
Speaking of that, did you see Incarnate Word got beat the other night?
Oh, really?
They had won 141 in a row, and they lost. They went up to, I think, Chicago to play in a tournament and got beat.
Wow.
That's
Springfield, Mass., the high school hoops showcase.
That's what it
they
was,
played at 9 a.m. Eastern time.
It was a
on
Chicago
Monday.
team that beat them.
I think California, but close.
Oh, okay, sorry. I knew it started with a C.
I don't know what Channel 4 is reporting over there, but
Doug.
Their last loss, Doug, was February of 2020. Think about everything that's changed since they last lost a game.
Guys, do I have the text number right? Thanks. That's from Nutsack Jim.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, I think sometimes people think the text number that they're texting into is not correct. But, Doug, what would you say the percentage of the texts that are sent in are actually read? I'm going to say 1-2%, in that range.
Well, some days it's more than that when they
You
get
just never
rolling.
know.
Yeah.
You just never know. But you can be a friend and text into the program, 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt, I just noticed you're all dialed up. You notice that, Doug? He's all dialed up. I don't know if you can see him on the YouTube. Yeah, I can see him.
Yeah,
on
you can see
YouTube.
him in the bottom left corner and the top right corner of that panel.
Dish-esque?
Who is the
Dish-esque, yeah.
But, yeah.
What's going on with you, boy?
Yeah, I might be out around town today doing some things. And
What are you going to be doing?
Wow, Tinder season.
No, this is professional. This is business, not pleasure.
Is that right?
Nino Brown, New Jack City, 1991.
I don't know the years.
Yeah, I was a naughty little girl I was.
He doesn't want to tell us, does he, what he's doing?
Cryptic.
I was going to wear a hat today like every other day, but Jackson saw me, said, let it fly today. So we got the hair out.
Like a sport coat or something? Is that a sport coat, Doug?
No.
Is that a sport coat?
Is it a shacket?
I got a quarter zip Viore, no big deal.
Oh, gosh. Dropping brand names.
With a little hooded flannel over the top. I'm feeling pretty.
We get it, pal. You used to teach at Rittner. We get it. We get it.
You think he's flashing?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the program, Nesson is becoming our source. I feel like I cite Nesson more than anything else lately here. And the reason being, they're the ones monitoring the Alex Bregman, Nolan Arenado situation, and John Heyman with this yesterday on the MLB Network. Alex Bregman's an interesting one. I do believe it's going to work out great for him because right now I'm hearing there are 5 teams in it. And who's Alex Bregman represented by?
His agent.
Is he Boris?
That's right. That's right. So John Heyman's reporting on a Scott Boras climate.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, didn't a show host call him out for that?
That's right.
Thought it was in fun, and then it got kind of sideways.
It got really
he
awkward.
stayed on for the whole interview.
He goes, John, are you serious right now? So he's hearing that there are 5 teams here on January 23rd who want him. I'm not sure exactly who the 5 teams are.
No. So it could be that there's one team thinking about it.
But most likely, probably is the Red Sox. I understand he likely would have to play second base, and he'd be willing to do it. I think he fits them. They have not made a big signing at this point. To me, I think they're the most likely at the moment to sign Alex Bregman. Now, if that were to happen, then you get into the Nolan Arenado conversation, in which I am fielding wagers from listeners. I took one over the text inbox yesterday. I wanted it for $250. He was comfortable with $50. That's fine. Then somebody DM'd me on the Twitter tweets. My account is essentially a gift depot of the LSU mom at the White House with the 2019 Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson team. That's all that goes on my Twitter account, but you can DM me, and then I will take wagers with you and book them. So I booked another $50. maybe there's still $150 out there for somebody to wager with me on that Nolan Arenado will not be on the Cardinals on opening day. I feel very good about it, hence the wager.
Okay.
But if Alex Bregman goes to the Red Sox, there's one less team.
But Heyman reported probably likely. 5 teams unnamed.
He said, I'm not sure who they are.
So there's one team thinking about it.
Is there a
And Boris
team?
wants the world to think there's 5 teams all bidding for his services. So this one team coughs up a little bit more money.
I try.
I think the Red Sox are getting tired of everybody placing players on their team. The Arenado deal that had the caveat, it's unclear whether the Red Sox are actually interested in acquiring Arenado. John Heyman's got them as the most likely destination for Bregman, according to Scott Boras.
That's right.
It does feel like now there's maybe 5 or 6 teams that can afford these types of contracts.
Yeah, certainly.
Maybe
Turn into the
Yankees,
Premier
Red
League.
Sox, Mets, Phillies, Dodgers. Maybe the Padres or Giants, maybe.
Well, the Padres had to get a loan to make payroll at the end of 23, so
They've still shelled out a lot of money, though.
they went into cost-cutting mode, and I think that's because they're
Everybody gets a pay raise. Next week, everybody gets a pay cut.
Can you give guys gift certificates?
That have a
Gift
balance
cards?
used on them. Not full gift certificates.
Hey, Fernando, AJ Preller wants to meet with you. And then he's got a bounty of gift cards to the Nobu next to Petco.
Are they like
attractive?
Are they like the guy who drives like a really nice like BMW, but also is like $10,000 in credit card debt?
No, you just took a shot at Clayton, and I want to know why. Is that the Ledoux thing? Is that the rivalry coming out right there? Because Doug, Martin, and I are meat and potatoes guys and don't understand your central corridor elitism.
That's right. Yeah, my chin scratching nature.
What does that mean, Doug?
Like how intellectuals are always scratching their chin, ivory tower, this, that, and the other. No, I just was trying to make an analogy, try to simplify it for not only myself but the audience.
I like the visual of Padres players, multimillionaires, whether it's Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis at the time, maybe Juan Soto, getting a physical paycheck and running to cash it, which maybe some of us had to do in sports radio. Who would get there first?
Plowboy, ask him about that. So it was like bumper cars to get to the bank.
Guys, so just to be clear, John Heyman literally just said nothing. Thanks. That's from the 314.
And
I'm done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Oh, he started crying there at the end.
You thought that was weeping?
Heyman.
But he kept saying, "I'm done," and then he was still on.
It was like a nighttime host on WFAN. It was like their I think 7 to 9 show. I'm not positive. It was on WFAN.
But he called him out. He made fun of his Boris connection at the beginning of the interview. And then they sort of revisit, and then he was still mad about something. But he did the whole interview.
Right.
And then at the end, he said, "I'm done. I'm out of here." But he was still on.
I mean, it's kind of appreciated. Like, if you're going to be done, at least finish the interview.
That's fair.
Tim, I'll wager a date with Doug that he's not on the team. That's from Bozo McGee in the YouTube chat. Well, my position is that he won't be on the team, so I can't. But if you want to bet a date with this guy,
I'm not dating any fellas at the moment.
What if they paid? What if they paid?
How much?
Like they not paid, like paid for dinner.
Like a nice dinner?
Yeah, of course. It's a
so
date
that makes
with you.
you a hooah.
Well, you don't have to put out.
Oh,
Nice, Jackson. I like that.
Both ruined me.
strictly business.
Yeah, well, it's just getting to know each other better. But I mean, you can.
What's the wager? Whether he would, the date that he would show up at spring training, or that they would get him moved?
Opening day is what I'm taking.
That's what your bet
That's
is.
what I have. I have $100 currently allocated with 2 different listeners, and I'm taking up to $150 more. And it's just even money.
So there is a chance he could show up at camp, and Mo's like, "We're still trying to move you," and he's out on the backfields playing catch with his buddies, Lars and the crew, and then says, "Oh, I just got a text from him. I'm out." God, that could be really weird.
I expect that's happened in the past. I think they've made some trades during spring training.
Jim Edmonds.
Albert Pujols. Was Albert not brought on during spring training? I don't know if that was a trade.
Oh, boy. 314.
No, I'm talking about the most recent time.
the addition.
I thought we were talking about, and then was going to be Albert Pujols got the Cardinals acquired.
You're right.
him.
They added him. You're right, as a free agent.
That was a big win for you, Jack.
That was good. No, I thought you were out on a limb that was going to snap,
Yeah.
and actually, you are correct.
Nice.
Okay, but that wasn't a
Save
trade.
the text messages.
Well, you can still send them, but that wasn't a trade. That was they added him.
An acquisition
Got it.
in spring training. Edmonds was a great example. Was it mid-March? Adam Kennedy went the other way.
That's
was it
right.
mid-March, maybe?
That was at March 22nd or March 23rd,
Are you kidding? I don't know what today's date is.
It's probably tough for the player because now you have to you're training, you're getting ready for the season, tuning up, and now you have to figure out accommodations,
Ball game
moving.
handled it well.
Yeah.
Where am I going? Do I have to pack? Can somebody pack my stuff?
St. Louis, where's that? Doug, let's meet for sushi at the Crestwood Deerbergs and then wash it down with some Bob's Barbecue. That's from the Crestwood Coyotes. These guys are lining up different
I've had all
dates.
that. Yeah, I've been there. I hang
you
out
get the sushi
I
and
hang
you
out
wash
at
it
Crestwood Deerberg sometimes. Sure I do.
Like what? Just prowling?
Eating sushi.
You go to that Happy Joe's on Watson?
I've been there, yeah.
A couple of birthday parties for the kids.
I know the owner.
Is that Fuddruckers on Watson still open?
No, rest in peace.
No, it's now a rally house, I think.
Oh, nice.
I thought there was going to be a
Chief
Shake
Scare.
Shack there.
Oh, really? That'd be
That's what I
great.
thought. Am I wrong? Do I have bad
you could be.
information?
The rally house is open somewhere close to that, I
The
think.
Fuddruckers was right by the old Toys R Us.
Right. Yeah.
Like in that same
Across
parking lot.
Lindbergh.
Yeah, right.
I'd love to have dinner with Doug and then eat him for dessert. That's from
What
MD
in the
2020.
world?
And that's in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Bozo McGee is back, and he's wagering a date, and he says, Greg Holland, great spring training edition. That's from Bozo McGee.
Reliever. Didn't they trade Jim Lindemann for Andy Van Slyke, too?
Is that a spring training? Tony Pena.
Yeah.
I think Greg Holland
Spanky
was...
Lavalliere. You like the nickname Spanky?
I do.
Nice.
Yeah, very
I think
much.
Greg Holland was post spring training because I was in New York City Field. They added him right at the beginning of the season. I think Matheny had
2018, Doug?
I don't know the year.
Matheny had pushed hard for a closer, and I actually think it got him and Mosaic a little sideways because they really wanted Holland there. All right, fine, you got Holland, and he wasn't very good.
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer.
They didn't get him in spring training.
Oh, that was a deadline acquisition.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved in the program. You make reference, Martin, to Mike Matheny. You have an interview up on your podcast with Mike Matheny, and it's a hell of an interview. And I didn't realize, I guess we were texting yesterday about it, what he had been dealing with. And we'll have that audio for you coming up on the other side of our commercial break. The Martin Kilcoyne podcast with Mike Matheny. Take a listen. The Kilcoyne Conversation. Am I correct? That
is correct.
There you go. And Mike Matheny, a guest. And it's a great interview. Major recommendation for our audience to take a listen. We're going to play a couple of clips of that because Mike Matheny has been dealing with quite a situation. But Martin, you got him on to talk about Bob Uecker, who he knew well while he was with the Brewers.
Yeah, it started in the end of last week. It was this Thursday last week. On this day, Bob Uecker died, and I was thinking for the show, of course, first thoughts. Who knows Uecker well? And Matheny used to tell stories because he played for the Brewers for 5 years, so it didn't work out. He could only do it after 11. I think it was last Friday. And I said, have you talked to anybody about your health situation? Because I knew a year ago that he had bleeding on the brain. It wasn't reported or publicized, but I knew he was in the ICU in Florida. He was lifting weights and said something's not right. And he said he wanted to go lay down, and his wife said, no, we're going to the ER. And he found out later if he had laid down, he probably would have died.
Wow.
And his wife said, no, we're going to the ER. So it's bleeding on the brain, and he gives these stats about, and I don't know what clips we're going to use, but anyway, I'll let him explain it, that this is exactly a year ago in Jupiter. He still got a place there. It was just lifting weights and just didn't feel right. And ended up having this brain issue, ICU, and they give him the stats, and it's pretty bleak in terms of surviving that. Not only living, but if you do live, not having the after effects, and he's actually doing fine. So I said before the interview about Bob Uecker, I said, hey, do you mind if I ask you? He said, that's fine.
Yeah.
So we made a very awkward segue from Bob Uecker stories.
That's a weave is what you got to do.
Remember,
there.
Mike, that other time when then you almost died? He even said, well, we're shifting gears, aren't we?
So we'll have that for you here coming up in a matter of moments. Robert Thomas with us at 8:15 on the program. YouTube is where you can hang out with other audience members like AM, Don Peepee, and Doug's Hammerbelt. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. Munganast, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, stlouisacura.com and AltonToyota.com. TMAHotOnes.com. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganast, and then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. If you are looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com, and then they set up a number for our listeners to call or text 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online, it's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and then the number is 314-252-0029. Martin's conversation with Mike Matheny talking about nearly dying from this brain bleed. We will have that audio for you here on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. And you can watch the show and participate in a live chat with audience members, including Danny Pintaro, who starred in Who's the Boss and now has become a real big fan of the show and watches it every morning. Man,
Was Tony Danza in Who's the Boss?
Oh, yeah.
Nice show prep ass.
I never liked him.
Why not?
What do you have against Tony Danza?
He has a thing against Italians and Irish, and I'm launching a full-scale investigation. I think Hubbard Radio is too.
Such a falsehood. How can I love Barry Keoghan, and the work he does as a proud Irishman, and then hate the Irish? That's just nonsense.
Where are you feel like he cheated on Sabrina Carpenter, and you've been tweeting from your burners about that.
Yeah, exactly. I have 6 different TikToks where I just superimpose myself over stock images of Barry, and I give my takes.
Where are you on Eric Estrada?
Eric Estrada. I get him and Eric Gagne mixed up.
And who?
Eric Gagne.
The pitcher?
Mm-hmm. Who
How do you get them mixed up?
Both spent time in L.A.
I don't know, but I know that Eric Gagne has the ultimate name that sounds like one name.
Eric Gagne.
Yeah, it sounds like it's just one long name.
Kind of like Televici? Similar.
Yeah, very similar.
Eric Gagne was put on the Jim Rome piece of crap list. He was mad at him one year, and Gagne is a piece of crap. And he went on this huge rant, and at the end of the year, I guess there was some misunderstanding, and I remember Rome saying he was removing him from the piece of crap. I had to kind of walk it back a little bit.
Martin, you did an interview with Mike Matheny for your podcast, The Kilcoyne Conversation, talking not only about Bob Uecker, which was the reason for the conversation, but a health scare that Mike Matheny had. I'll let you set it up, sir. It's your conversation.
Yeah, and I think right now, the Kilcoyne Conversation, all past episodes, they're on Spotify, they're on iTunes. I think this episode is just on the Scoop Sports Network. If you want to Google that, that's where you would find it. It is. And Mike has really been, I've had him on the radio and podcast a couple of times in the last couple of years. He's just been great. Now, when he was managing, I think he was a little more insulated and didn't want to do as many interviews or open up. But I think, Jackie, are you doing Uecker, and do you want to do the Uecker cut? And then we're kind of burying the lead a little bit. But how about a Mike Matheny? Let's warm up to it, Tim.
Okay.
We're leaving spring training one time, and the Harley Davidson had given him a commemorative motorcycle, and fans were out there. And to be honest with you, wherever we went, when I was with the Brewers, people knew Uecker more than they knew any of our players. So it was always a big group of people looking for Bob, and he was very kind to him. He spent time. We're leaving spring training, and he was on the motorcycle that Harley had given him, and fans are going crazy. And as he's waving, he hit a patch of gravel, laid that bike down, broke his arm. And fortunately, he was fine, didn't hit anything else. And so I'm giving him some grief. And I'm like, you got to put a helmet on. And he always called me Mikey. He goes, Mikey, that helmet, all that's going to get me life support. And so just stuff that would come out of his mouth, the first thing that he would think of would always just make you laugh, but also the kind of guy who had a deep respect for the game of baseball and deep understanding of how hard that game is.
So Mike shares a number of stories about Bob Uecker, and then I asked him about his health scare. And at the time, last Friday, January 17th, he said, well, it was exactly 1 year ago today in Jupiter. He had a condo or a place down there from his days managing with the Cardinals. And I'm not sure where the clip picks up, but he basically said, I just didn't feel right working out. He called his wife, and she said, we need to get to the ER.
On the 17th, I went in for a workout and realized something wasn't right. I was feeling some pain that I hadn't felt before, needed to get out. Got out of the gym, called my wife, who I later found out was frustrated because I was making her late for a hair appointment. But I called her and I told her I needed her to come get me because something wasn't right. And she came down. I said, I need to go home and lay down. And what I found out is if I had done so, I would have never woken up. So fast forward, I spent 20 days without getting out of bed in the ICU. And at one point, the neurosurgeon came in and told us that what I had was a subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is basically a bleeding on the brain. And said the only way to really explain it is it happens randomly without much explanation to 6 out of every 100,000 people. 3 of those 6 will die before they ever get to the hospital. One of the remaining 3 will die inside the hospital. One of the remaining 2 will have lifelong brain damage, and what we're going to do everything we can so that Mike can be the one. And so, needless to say, very fortunate, very blessed, very grateful. What a ride it was for those 20 days, not knowing which category I was going to fall into, but just surrounded by a lot of people back there in the St. Louis area, and obviously my family, just seeing a strength and a support to kind of get through that. And right now, been cleared, spending some time in the Mayo Clinic, just following up and getting good reports to kind of move forward with life, but certainly could have gone in a different direction.
Wow. I mean, that math that he plays out there is unbelievable.
And this was how long ago?
This was a year ago, last January, in Jupiter, Florida. And I think his close friends knew about it, but largely people at home didn't. That it was that close. I mean, he's like he said, he wanted to just go lay down, and his wife.
If he lays down, he's
not waking up.
Which is a very reasonable thing to do if you're feeling a little bit just uncomfortable. Is oftentimes the fix is just lying down. And
3 of the 6 that have this bleeding on the brain die immediately. 1 of the next 3 die in the hospital. So now you're down to 2. 6 in 100,000. He said one of those 2 ends up with stroke type, permanent damage. And he's avoided that completely. And obviously he's a really religious guy, man of faith, and this certainly has furthered those beliefs from him. He talks about that as well in the interview, but it's just a remarkable story. I mean, big, strong guy too. And he said they still have never figured out what caused it.
Yeah. And being a big, strong guy in great shape probably doesn't help you when you got a bleeding brain.
Right.
And I'm sure he got outstanding medical care. That probably saved his life.
Yeah, in the Jupiter area, so last year. And then now he's living primarily in Arkansas. He actually built his own house. And he tells this story, like right after he gets through this health scare, the big tornado whips through Arkansas and rips part of his house apart. So
he physically built the house?
Yeah.
Not acted as general contractor. He was the guy.
And he actually, he may have had some help, but no, he... Pretty handy. You got the tool belt, Doug, but he also got tool belt. That if you find a previous Kilcoyne conversation, he talks about building the house, how he did that, and I'm sure he had a little bit of help, but he knows. Todd Worrell did that once, built his own house in Kirkwood.
Yeah.
These guys are way handier than the rest of us. But, the Matheny era is interesting because he did a lot of winning when he took over. And whether they should have given him the job is a great debate, and Francona was sitting out there, but they did a lot of winning. And then when he left, I think he was a little bitter. But in the conversation a year ago when he was coming back in town, he was really at peace with, I think just he's in a good spot about his time in St. Louis, because when he was getting critiqued, and you're the manager, it's going to happen. His kids were in high school. It's kind of that Mike March thing where it's better if your kids are not at an age where they can consume either media or fan input, because it's hard when the family's reading, oh, this guy's an idiot. And they're like, that's my dad. But I think now he's in a good spot and has enjoyed coming back. I think he was at one of those Bud Bashes last year and is enjoying kind of his Cardinal connection now years later.
He's got a record of 591 and 474 in his 1,065 games as Cardinal manager.
That's pretty good record.
Pretty good. What I didn't do for you guys, I didn't ask him about the Sassy Cassie thing.
Oh, big miss. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
Big miss. He's got to put pucks on net.
Swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
It's the whistle that I like.
I think at another time, we're going to get him on this show and we'll bring it up. I just couldn't go there after the serious health scare, but I wanted to say, do you remember you were doing radio? Tim was your boss, and he's like the smut master, and then they played a spot that might have been a little naughty.
How can you forget the whistle? Well, that's the ups and downs of coaching that he experienced, where you're just on top of the world one day, loving life, making money,
especially.
You're the king, and then you have a bad year for whatever reason, maybe it's not even in your control, and you're out.
I think the honeymoon for him as a manager ended in the 2014 NLCS. There were some peculiar moves, bullpen mostly, and people were kind of all over him. They did win the division the next year, lost to the Cubs. And then the roster sort of dropped off. I mean, you didn't have Beltran around, you didn't have Berkman around.
But they did win 100 games in 2015.
Right, but I'm saying after that, the 16, 17, 18, those last couple of years.
They were kind of, those to me, those years were critical and playing a role in where the Cardinals are as we sit here in 2025 at what I would consider to be the absolute low point for, the very least, the Bill DeWitt ownership tenure, which goes back 30 years, but potentially for me in my lifetime as a Cardinal fan, because even the down years, if you want to take a pick of some of the down years of the 1980s or the early 1990s, which I think would be the most sustained period of lack of competitive baseball, I don't think it had the anger and or apathy that you have right now. I think, Martin, specific to Matheny, the thought process was specific to, in 2012, they had a 3-1 lead on the Giants, and they blew it. In 2013, they had a 2-1 lead on the Red Sox and blew it. And there were some specific managerial moves over the course of both those series, specifically in 2013. Hey, you keep pitching to David Ortiz. What's that about? It's not like the Red Sox lineup had a lot of depth to it, but it did have him, and he was on a ridiculous heater. And then 2014, the way that the series ended was certainly bizarro world, with Michael Wacha appearing for the first time in a month to face Travis Ishikawa. I mean, what are you going to do? There's nothing to say about it.
You can't give Ishii anything good to hit.
You can't give Michael Wacha any opportunity to pitch.
No.
And
but even Randy Choate had been left out there. Remember, he had about a 6 at-bat inning, and they're like, get him out.
Yeah, it was. So that's it. And I know there are some people affiliated with the organization who felt like, had Tony stuck around, or if they hired Terry Francona, that those 12, 13, and 14 teams, weirdly, the 100-win team isn't necessarily cited as that, because that team had kind of some statistical outliers with regard to its starting staff that seemed like it might have been more of a house of cards than something that was sustainable. The offense wasn't really powerful, but they had some guys who had some great years in the starting rotation. But either way, that those 3 teams with a manager with more experience in the postseason, they would have gone deeper. The 3-1 lead, and you're facing Barry Zito and the Giants with, a chance to win the NLCS and go to the World Series back-to-back years, and they wind up losing that game in St. Louis and then losing games 6 and 7 in San Francisco, leading 2-1 against the Dodgers, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me, after beating the Dodgers, leading 2-1 against the Red Sox, and I think it was Johnny Gomes and David Ross who were the offensive heroes for the Red Sox, and randos were pitching for him and shutting the Cardinals down. But the managerial strategy was like, David Ortiz, you just got to pitch around him at this point. It's not like there's a bunch of superstar offensive players on the Red Sox. There's one guy killing you, and boy, did he ever kill him. And then 2014, I think, was the cherry on top with bringing Michael Wacha out. But there were other managerial moves, as you make reference to. And then in 15, you win 100 games. First time a Cardinal team had won 100 games, if I'm not mistaken, in a decade, even though there were 2 World Championship teams during that time period. And they get beat in the first round against the Cubs. So the fact that he lasted until 2018 speaks to the equity that came with 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015. But there was always, I felt, he took professional criticism personally, and I think that got to him maybe more than it would now, because he is a great guy. Not just a good guy. He's a great guy. He is a great guy. And I think a lot of that got to him, and he was used to, because as far as a player goes in St. Louis, he was used to being one of the most popular players for fans, and certainly considered a leader amongst his teammates. I recall asking on the 2004 team, I think I asked Jim Edmonds, I said, hey, who would you say are the leaders here? And you got the MV3, you've got now Larry Walker comes over, and he goes, Matheny for the position players and Woody Williams for the pitchers. And those are 2 guys who, hey, major leaguers, automatically great career, and very good major league careers in the case of both of them. But when you're looking at that 2004 team and you have multiple Hall of Famers on it, that's not what you would necessarily think. So he was used to being beloved by both fans and by his teammates, and then it took a turn when he was the manager, and I'm sure that was a difficult spot.
I think part of it is when he took over, he had never managed. So outside of the strategy part of it, it's also just dealing with the media, dealing with criticism. And I think he approached it as if he were still a player. Mm-hmm. And when you're a player, you close ranks and everybody's kind of against you. But I think as the manager, you have to be a little more the go-between. And La Russa knew how to do that. You could work the media if you needed to, but they weren't the enemy. And I think when he went to Kansas City, he changed his stance a bit. In fact, I think he said that he went and got some media consulting, like how to deal with, and I think he had a much better experience over there in terms of dealing with people. I just think he had a player's mindset when he was the manager, and it didn't serve him well.
It's probably a pretty common thing among first-time managers and head coaches in any sport, where it's really tough to take the constant criticism that you haven't dealt with at any other point in your career. You're a player, everybody loves you. Or you're an assistant coach and everybody thought you were so great you had to become a head coach. And now instead of being, the brilliant guy, now you get the blame when things go haywire. And, some people can handle it. I'm sure for a lot of people it's tough.
I remember when they signed him that offseason going into 2000, and guys like Edmund still talk about that as far as a key addition.
Yeah, because it was going to be Eli Marrero's job.
I got a phone number, and I called him, and I said, hey, Mike, in St. Louis here, is there any chance we could talk to you over the phone?
You had a high-pitched voice then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was younger.
And he said, well, you can come out to the house if you want. I live in Weldon Spring. I had no idea because he'd been on the Brewers all those years, then the Blue Jays for a season. But he had been living in St. Louis his entire baseball career because his wife is from St. Louis. So he's had an interesting path. Not only, there's a million Matheny stories, but the fact that he's from the Columbus, Ohio area, and then he goes and plays at Michigan. But if you want to see what a badass he was as a player, Google the YouTube. He gets hit in the face in Milwaukee.
Right.
By a pitch.
Ball. Right.
The pitch hits him and is just bleeding. His jaw is just split apart. And he runs down to first base.
I thought he just turned and walked back to the dugout.
I thought he ran down to first, but talk about playing a hard nine. Yeah. So I appreciate him sharing the story again. I think it's the Scoop Sports Network, and hopefully we can get it over on the Kilcoyne Conversation, which is on iTunes, Spotify.
I'm a subscriber, Martin.
Thank you, Tim. I've had a little distribution issue where it's not. Friends of mine are like, well, where is it? I'm like, it's on this thing, and that's on me. But even some of the past issues, this Costas interview from 3 years ago when he talks about interviewing skill sets, and he tells this story because the whole point was Larry King had died, and we talked about who is good at interviewing. Different styles, Howard Stern, Letterman, Larry King. But he tells this unbelievable story about how the NBC producers told him to go get Jack Nicholson at halftime. They're at the stadium, and Michael Jordan and the cameras spot Jack Nicholson, and his producer in his ear says, you got to get Nicholson on halftime. And Costa says he doesn't do TV. He's never been on the Tonight Show. He doesn't do entertainment. He just doesn't do TV. He's a superstar. That's his thing. And he said, but they told me to go do it. I felt so much better knowing Costas gets, we all have bosses. And he tells this story, and he goes up, and he said, they tap him on the shoulder, and Nicholson turns around. And on the interview, Costas says, now, can I swear? And I said, oh, my God, I would love to have Bob Costas swear. So he tells it with the F word. Because he taps Jack Nicholson on the shoulder. Nicholson, and he says, Mr. Nicholson, Bob Costas, NBC News, we'd love to have you on, And he said, Bobby, you seem like a good kid. And he said, I know they ask you to do this. You go tell those producers. There's no way I would ever do that. Jack, thanks for your time. He goes back down. He says, what did he say, Bob? He said, he's not interested. It's a great story.
You can listen to the entire Mike Matheny conversation at the Kilcoyne Conversation. That's on the Scoops Network, and you can subscribe to the podcast. I was waiting for these numbers, and we now have them. The College Football Playoff Championship game. Doug, what do you think the ratings were percentage-wise versus last year's game between Michigan and Washington? Up or down?
I'll say it was down.
Martin, up or down?
I'm going up.
Jackson, you probably know.
I don't.
Oh.
I'll go up.
Okay. Chairman Kurt sent me the link, so I know he knows. Okay. The College Football Playoff Championship game was hit with a notable viewership dip in year one of the expanded 12-team playoff format. Ohio State's win over Notre Dame averaged 22.1 million viewers Monday on ESPN networks, down 12% from last year's game between Michigan and Washington that drew 25.1 million. That number is up 28.5% compared to the 17.2 million who tuned into TCU and Georgia's title game in 2023. Due to the expanded playoff format, the title game was played after the second week of January for the first time in the CFP era. The latest date the championship game was played in the CFP era had been January 13th during the 2019-2020 season. This game also fell on MLK Day and the inauguration of President Trump. Next year's game is scheduled for January 19th, also Monday and MLK Day. It likely also didn't help nationwide viewership that the two teams in the title game are from the same region. Notre Dame's campus in South Bend is less than 300 miles away from Ohio State's campus in Columbus. The viewership decline in the title game is in line with the trend from the semifinals. The two games averaged 19.2 million viewers, a 17% decline from 23.2 million last year. However, last season's games were played on New Year's Day, a holiday commonly associated with college football. So there you go. Two big brands, didn't matter. Dropped off from what was a playoff championship game that I don't think had a whole lot of cachet. No disrespect to Michigan, Washington. But I don't think that one had what you would have thought Ohio State, Notre Dame did. And I was reading some people in advance of the game saying that they didn't feel like the buzz was there. So I was curious what the television ratings would be, and they are down 12%.
Is it possible that the playoff just, for some, the average sports fan, it just plays out too long? Like they're ready for it to be, all right, let's get to the championship game. And then after another week, there's a quarterfinal, there's a semifinal. And maybe some of your non-diehard just sort of check out.
I think the inauguration was a big factor.
But it was
millions of people. No, it went on all day. It went on all day and all night.
Okay.
When they were playing the football game, Trump had a sword in his hand. He was cutting cake with the village people playing in the background. You don't know what he might do. It's hard not to watch.
You may have had, that's a good point, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, were their numbers way up on Monday night?
I'm sure they were.
So if their numbers are way up, that's a lot of folks who might have just been average sports fans that didn't consume it.
There could have been a little bit of football fatigue, too, with the playoff games going on all day Sunday in the NFL. Maybe that had a small part, but I think it was probably the inauguration.
Fair.
Really? You think the inauguration?
I think that's what it was. It was on all day long, on lots of different stations.
So like at 8 p.m. was it really
absolutely
captivating?
Well, to half the country it was. To half the country, it was the last thing in the world they would watch, and to half the country, they couldn't wait to watch it.
I think there's voting for him and then watching him for 11 hours, like drink a Diet Coke and hang out.
But there are people like my mom who will just consume political TV all day long, and that's about as close to a Super Bowl, whether you like the president or you don't like him. That's as close to a Super Bowl type day as you're going to get. I think there's something to that.
Oh yeah, I'm quite sure that's what it was. He was doing the balls and everything at night while the game was going on.
Sure.
I'm with Martin. Lifelong, little long. Mizzou season was over 2 months prior. That's from Mr. Big Cream. Just don't press push says, no way, Doug. From the 314, the inauguration had the lowest TV ratings in 13 years.
But what station? It was on a bunch of stations. So add them all up and see what the ratings were for that.
314, add up the television ratings and then send those in. The TikTok ban took away the buzz. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
It got resolved hours before the game started.
The 217 says, oh, I don't know. Some people actually have lives. That's the 217.
Yeah, that's a smart aleck response.
Are you new here? Are you familiar with the text inbox? Let's see what we got. Mr. Lick says, I'd love to do a TMA inauguration every year where we just celebrate another year of having the chance to listen to Tim. That's from Mr. Lick.
There it is.
Doug, I know there's a lot of people who celebrate that. Jackson's applauding it. If college football is the fifth major sport, where does it rank? NFL, NBA, college football, MLB, NHL. Is that how it'd go? NFL, NBA, college football, MLB, NHL. Is that how it'd go? Jackson?
You might be able to flip college football in the NBA.
Put college football behind the NFL in second?
Yeah.
And NBA third?
Football in America is just different.
Aren't the NBA ratings way down?
Depending on who's talking about it.
No, what does that mean? The numbers are what the numbers are.
Well, they've come back, but that doesn't get talked about. It's only when they go down.
Sounds like you're implying that there's an agenda.
Yeah.
That's what I'm taking.
Yeah.
Because I thought there was concern. I thought there was concern a couple of weeks ago that the ratings were way down for NBA basketball on TV. That's not true?
They were down. They have since bounced back a decent amount.
Okay. But I would put college football ahead of the NBA. I think nationwide.
This isn't like right.
Nationwide. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would your rankings be then on that?
NFL, college football.
Okay.
I would say baseball, then NBA, and then NHL.
Jackson, what do you say?
But like we're talking about like the nation. I'm telling you that that's not the case. Baseball is not ahead of that. I'm not doing this because like I love basketball, which I do.
Are we just talking TV ratings or just general interest?
Both.
I don't know.
I wanted to know the answer to that, and then it was both. I was like, all right, now I'm confused.
Yeah,
ratings or general interest?
Both.
Both.
I think I'd say it's leading in both.
Crystal City Liquor Man says NBA is behind most major sports.
Define most.
Crystal City Liquor Man.
And then source. Like, we can all just say things.
Is the Crystal City Liquor Man related to the Clawhammer from Crystal City?
Doug, do you know what the family tree is?
I just don't.
240 friends are gathered in the YouTube chat talking it over, including the Crystal City Liquor Man, who's talking with Danny Pintaro. And if it weren't for the TMA STL YouTube channel, would the kid who played Jonathan on Who's the Boss ever get to talk to the Crystal City Liquor Man? I don't think the answer is yes. I just don't. But you can at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can also email into this program for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And we only have 6 more email of the day competitions in the month of January. And after yesterday, Doug, we're that much closer to history as the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is only 3 wins away from clinching the month of January, becoming the first ever lady to win the emailer of the month in this show's 21-year
She's breaking
history.
the glass ceiling.
I agree with you.
This is historic.
It's fun. It's fun to see somebody excel in such a highly esteemed competition.
Had nothing to do with DEI either, did it?
Just emailing in like Dickens and winning. Leading Buck Swope, a legend, too, by 1. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Robert Thomas joins us next. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here to talk with you about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team, well, I've gotten to know them, and they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work that they're able to do, from full-on custom decks to adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and you can see it for yourself at that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or go online at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a strong referral base from customers who have had great experiences with aesthetic design and build over the years. And for the most part, if someone has used them for one project when they move or buy another home, they use them for that project as well. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them at 636-532-5008. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And you are welcome to participate in the YouTube chat and talk it over with John Cusick. Doug, you remember him say anything?
Yeah.
Don Pepe, of course, who I believe runs the YouTube chat. And now Tashara Jones Snowplow is in the YouTube chat talking.
Not doing much. Not doing much.
So you can talk it over with Joey Vitale's Orange Scully as well. It's nice to have all of the participants at youtube.com/TMA STL. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He confirmed it last week, Martin. Can't stop the momentum now. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
See, Doug, that's a friend of the show.
Yes.
I think he regrets it.
he wants that one back. Robert, big game tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m., back-to-back again, just like last week against the Flames, except switching buildings. Your perspective on the importance of being able to get 2 full points on Monday against the Golden Knights. I feel like had that gone the other way and you guys only would have picked up 1 point, that could have been a problematic situation. But who knows? You guys are living the battle. What are you telling me?
Yeah, it was nice to rebound from Utah and get 2 points. Really important. Obviously, a really good team, and it was a tight one. Could have gone either way, and definitely got our hearts pumping. But exciting to go back at it again tonight against them, and we know we're going to get their best game, so we got to be ready.
How close do you watch the wild card standings? Is it too early to be a scoreboard watcher at this point? How often do you look and see what the other teams are doing?
Yeah, I think it's too early to be watching. We know it's really tight. A couple of points. I know we have a couple extra games played, but yeah, I think it's too early. I mean, obviously you see the scores and you know what teams are around you, but to be kind of Hawkeye in it, I think it's a little too early.
Have teams gotten into the habit in recent years? I know Berube did it a lot, where they just pull the goalie a lot earlier. It used to be the last minute and a half, and now teams are just sort of rolling the dice. We saw that with Vegas, over 3 minutes to go, and it does amp up the pressure. Is that a trend right now in the league?
I would say maybe. I think teams are more. It's more situational based. Who you have on the ice, who. If they ice the puck, if they're tired. I think they're more aware of that and more so looking at that rather than the time. Obviously, when you're down 2, you need some more time. So I think that's why they pulled it early in the first time. And, that's my opinion on it.
How many nights were you boys in Las Vegas?
2 nights.
2 nights. So I know. I mean, when somebody texted in asking if you if Walt asks you to make runs to Carl's for him, you said, "Well, we're professional athletes. Hitting Carl's isn't necessarily something that we're in a spot to do." No. But there are some world-class restaurants in Las Vegas. Did you go to any particular fine dining establishment while you had 2 nights in Las Vegas, Robert?
Yeah.
Nice.
We only got to go for dinner one night, so went to this SW Steak. It was unreal.
Yeah, where is that?
Great place, in the Wynn.
Ah, the Wynn, Doug. That's where you only stay.
Yeah, I won't stay anywhere else.
Right, man.
Is there or nowhere? I'm not going.
Because the Saturday night arrival, Tim, would have been probably 1 a.m. or something, so not
That's
quite
right.
a full night.
That's
but then
right.
Sunday, you sit around, you watch some NFL football.
Yep.
Focus on, of course, the matchup with Vegas, but also maybe a little NFL football,
Yeah,
a little
you've got
meal.
that NFL wizard, Pavel Buchnevich, telling you exactly what's going to happen because he knows the game.
Who's your crew? Do you go with the same guys out to eat?
No, we switch up all the time.
Is anybody really chintzy? Does somebody do they look at you and say, "Oh, you got that big contract. Why don't you get this one?"
Yeah, how's
do
that
they
work?
div? Do they div like separate checks, please?
No, that's never the case.
So who's picking it up?
Doesn't the team pay for food on the road?
No, not like that.
Not like that.
Well, come on, Stillman, loosen your purse strings.
Wow. We got a $10,000 meal over at the Wynn.
Right. They don't pay for any of that.
On this one.
Okay. All right. You ever talk to any of the guys who play for Vegas? Is it hard for them to call it a night after all their games? It'd probably be pretty tough to just avoid that nightlife on a regular basis.
I think where they live, it's pretty easy. I've heard the suburbs there are amazing and really nice. So I'm sure if you turn right when you come out of the rink and not left, I think you'll be all right.
That's good counsel right there.
Yeah. That's a veteran.
Yeah, that's a veteran. Sounds like a coach's speech after the game. Turn right, not left. You enjoy the back-to-back? We did it with the Flames. Not we, of course, but you guys.
Don't say we. Don't say.
Martin's going to be on your line tonight. Pleasant surprise for you.
We're journalists here.
We're the rights holders, but yeah, you guys did it with the Flames last week, and now Vegas. Do you enjoy the back-to-back?
I think when it's in your division, it's been fun. I think I'm changing my original opinion of not liking it. Maybe because we've had success so far and hopefully continue it tonight. But yeah, it's like gets the competitive juices flowing. Obviously, when it's someone in your division or conference and they're ahead of you in the standing, it's a good way to kind of try and climb up and claw back into it. So yeah, it's gonna be fun tonight.
I realize this sets the stage for an incredibly cliche answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway, Doug. I'll be happy to go out there and I'll take the shrapnel if that's what it But when you know you're playing a team the caliber of Vegas, you have this schedule that you guys have between now and the Four Nations. I mean, it's going to put you to the test. You're going to see the two teams that matched up in the Stanley Cup final, you know, at the very end of the stretch, the Vegas back-to-backs. Is it subconscious that mentally, whether it be you individually or the group as a whole, goes, okay, let's dial it up. We're going up against some of the best of the best. Is that something that you thinking back on your career that's oftentimes the way that it works when you're getting a chance to play some of the best of the best?
Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, the more I've learned over the years is anyone could beat anyone on any given night. I mean, if you just watch the scores every single night, you see that. So you can't take anyone lightly, and it's hard to win games, especially when you're going against top teams. I think you get a little bit more of an awareness of that, and but yeah, it's hard to win.
I know you talked after the game Saturday in Utah, the disappointment of the game, but also Coach Monty moving you around on lines. How does that play out during a game? Does he bark at you? Does he talk to you after the game? Hey, I made this decision because of this. Tell me how that plays out.
No, you kind of just go with what's happening. You know, obviously disappointment from my line and myself, and yeah, we try and rebound and come out stronger.
And is it the case where not much needs to be said?
Yeah, I don't think much needed to be said.
All right. Well,
see, Doug,
I feel like we should say more.
Well, we could say more.
We should say
more. Got the game tonight, back at home. It's Vegas, and the Blues are coming off that win. So what do you think Vegas will do differently? I mean, they'll say we expect more from them, but what can they do? What will they be doing differently?
I think they're going to be trying to hold on to the puck a lot more in the offensive zone. They're a great rush team. They get a lot of rush chances every game, but I think they're going to try and really dominate the ice and tilt the ice in their favor and come out really strong. I think those are two key focuses for them, and we're going to try and stop that.
It'd be great to get all 4 points against VGK. We'll see what happens tonight at Enterprise Center. Blues and Golden Knights. Pregame here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m. Robert Thomas with us every week here on TMA. Robert, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time. Best of luck this evening.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I'll see you next week.
All right, man. Thank you. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, believe it or not, it's starting to warm up next week.
It is, yeah.
Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Yeah. Here we go, but it's still cold today.
Well, you know, sometimes when you have an awkward topic, you can have silence and just let it breathe a little bit. But you know what? I'm not going to be silent when it comes to the HVAC company that you need to call.
Sick weave.
I'm going to yell it out. It's Design Air. Design Air. They've been around since 1904. St. Louis-based company. Somebody you can trust. They have that lengthy history to point to. And Seth Goldcamp's family has been doing this for a long time, but more important than that, they've been doing it the right way. So if it's the furnace, summertime, you fire up the AC. If it's not working, you know the drill. You can't fix it yourself. Call the pros. Get the experts. That's Design Air website, designairservice.com. Easy to navigate that website. Get online. Get familiar with it. Just have them handy when the furnace is acting up or the air conditioning. For all your HVAC needs, whether it's repair or replace, either or, Design Air is the place to go. Longest running TMA supporter as well. We try and whisper that sometimes. But no, Design Air has supported this show. We encourage you to support them. It's designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today, which comes your way at the end of the program at approximately 10:50 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween, it's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween, it's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
Like, what are you going to be for,
Yeah.
Why would we play this song in January?
That's a good question, Doug. Seasonally, I would say it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah,
but
we're in the Valentine's Day mode right now. I always bring in Valentine's for you guys.
It's true, yeah. Love you on a little heart candy. It's always nice from Tim.
I cleared it with HR.
Yeah. Well, even if not, yeah, I'm cool with it. So seasonally doesn't make much sense, but great music is great all the time. So
think about that, Doug.
Well, why don't we play Christmas carols then?
Yeah, how about that?
Christmas carols or Christmas music?
Either.
Christmas music, I like Christmas.
But you're anti-carols.
Group singing, choirs and such.
Choirs and such.
I like it as like background with another vocalist, but if it's just solo choir, which is a oxymoron, then
Solo choir. Solo choir, Martin. That's what I heard.
If it's a solo choir, yeah.
I can't wrap my head around this whole conversation.
Well, if it's just a choir, I'm not that into it. Or just a group of people singing a cappella, also not into it.
So you hate the Mormon Tabernacle Choir?
It does sound like that.
I don't see a world in which it goes well if I answer that, so I'm going to back out.
Wow. Oh, I think he answered it by not answering it. Your thoughts, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can also get involved in the YouTube chat where 230 friends have gathered, including John Scores, MD 2020, Don Hoffman, and Tori Holt's finger.
What's up with his finger?
I don't know.
You've seen it, right?
He has it's kind of mangled.
Okay.
Doug, Jackson has some sound from the NBA, but is it really from the NBA if it also includes one of his cohorts from the elite institutions, and that's Sterling K. Brown of MICDS talking it over with Jason Tatum, and they were on what program?
So 2 nights ago, Sterling K. Brown and Jason Tatum were on Jimmy Kimmel, but separately. But, I mean, that's pretty cool that you have MICDS and Chaminade on the show at the same time.
What about Rittner? Where was Rittner? Where was Seckman?
In the green room?
Who's the most famous Rittner alum?
Jerry Royce.
Probably Jerry Royce.
1985 NLCS. Did he start Game 3?
I don't know. He was a good pitcher.
Wendell Bryant was a first-round draft pick in the NFL.
That's a miss that they didn't have him on.
Should have.
Yeah, that's what
We
I'm
had
saying.
Jerry Royce on Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, if we're going to do the
Looks
St.
like
Louis
Ed
thing.
Begley Jr. could have passed as Ed Begley.
Talk St. Elsewhere would have been fun. That would have been fun and timely. So what do we have here, Jackson?
So Jimmy Kimmel, whose wife is from St. Louis, talks about Emo's.
Maiden name Molly McNerney, Doug.
Okay.
They talk about Emo's Pizza, St. Louis style pizza, and he asked both Sterling K. Brown and Jason Tatum about it.
This has been a theme of his. He did this with John Hamm.
Yes.
Jimmy Kimmel, who's been to St. Louis because of his wife, makes fun of our pizza.
Yes, he does.
I know you're from St. Louis.
Yes, I am.
My wife is from St. Louis.
Your wife's from St. Louis?
Yeah, my wife is from St. Louis.
I have to ask her where she went to high school. That's the St. Louis.
Yeah, she went to St. Joe's is the answer.
Yes.
That's a big thing in St. Louis where
It's
he
a
went to high
huge
school.
thing.
Jason Tatum is from St.
He went
Louis.
to Chaminade, that's right.
You know where he went to high school.
It's a rival high school to my high school, which is Mary Institute Country Day, yeah.
There's a pizza chain in St. Louis called Emo's Pizza.
It's awesome. Don't say anything against it. What is your beef? Tell me.
No, you know that I don't like it?
I do know that you don't like it. It's a thin crust pizza. Is that your issue in and of itself?
The crust is the least of the problems.
Come on, give it to me.
Is this something that I had an argument with John Hamm about this?
Yeah.
Anyone from St. Louis is so defensive of this pizza place.
It's delicious.
And I will tell you, I was excited to try it. In fact, I ordered it for my wife for Valentine's Day when we were first dating. I had it come out, and I was excited to try it because she says, oh, this is Emo's Pizza. It's the best pizza.
Yes.
And we tried it, and my first thought was, did I leave the plastic on it when I put it in the oven? And that is not a joke.
I believe you. You have to let it cool a little bit.
Okay.
I think you probably had it too because sometimes the cheese will be running. If you let it cool for about 2 minutes, you would have a completely different culinary experience.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got your back.
Yeah.
That's what you do next time.
First thing I want to ask you don't like Emo's Pizza, do you?
It's the best pizza in the world.
Really bonds the people of St. Louis.
Clip that off.
Jason Tatum, of course, spokesperson for Emo's Pizza.
Little conflict of interest there.
Formally. I don't think he currently is.
I don't know. I like that. They came out. I'm a big Emos guy.
I like it too.
Me too.
I don't know if there's any pizza I don't like.
Yeah, it's hard to ruin a pizza.
Name a pizza you don't like.
I don't
Deep
know.
dish.
Really?
Yeah, I think
I'm an Emos fan.
the crust I think is it's like drywall to me. It's really.
See, I like both of them. It just depends on the mood. Doug, as you know, Friday night is pizza night.
Yes, I know that.
And I have a rotation. Our family has a rotation. Emos is in that rotation.
Yeah.
Uncle Leo's, which did the Friday night is pizza night promotion, which I think is one. Is that St. Louis Starter Packs that does that best pizza thing and best sandwich? Am I correct? Thank you, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah.
And it's won it each of the last 2 years. For those familiar with Filoni's, it's their pizza also. Same family, the Miners boys. And what else? What's in my rotation? Biggie's. See that David Price on the south side?
Pizza Go-Go.
Pizza Go-Go, cash only on the south side. Yeah. I realize I do have a south side bias. I have to acknowledge that going in.
Billy G's has outstanding pizza.
Did Billy G's this past weekend, Doug, now that you mentioned
North Side will get you a little Peroni's. Ever had Peroni's pizza up there?
I have not.
I think Northsiders will talk about Faracci's and Peroni's. I believe that's those, if I'm not mistaken on that. But again, as a Southsider, I recognize that I'm not. It's like somebody from the SEC talking about the Big Ten. I am not allowed to do it.
No.
Am I?
You absolutely are not. You can talk about Sportsman's Park.
I love Sportsman's P.
When I was a kid, it was Panteras. But part of it was they had video games. You could play Donkey Kong all day while waiting for your...
Was that the one with the giant dinosaur pizza, or am I thinking of Pointers?
Pointers. I think that's Pointers.
Got it. Okay.
Martin, do you remember Shakey's Pizza?
Yeah.
That was a big thing in the 60s, maybe early 70s.
Not a St. Louis vehicle, but it was real greasy, kind of skinny.
Greasy, yeah, and they had a player piano playing with old ragtime music. Was part of the
I
deal.
like a good ragtime song. Hey, guys, you never hear about famous people from St. Louis who are Vianney alums. What's that all about? That's from Mr. Lynn.
That's not true.
It's not true. I've got Trent Green on the podcast this
Trent
week.
Green.
Kalen Williams?
Kyron
Williams, yeah.
Mark Lamping.
They got a guy on their basketball team who scored 50 during that against the
His
Smet.
dad's the coach.
And they lost
Yeah.
to the Spartans.
I've seen him
dropping
play.
50.
He's really, really good.
Yeah, I know. He's crazy.
Going to
really
the
shoot.
Salukis next year.
Is that right? Good for him. Love that.
Chicago-style pizza tomato casserole. Thanks, that's Brad and Boca.
I tend to agree, but I have a lot of friends in Chicago, and they're like, we don't eat deep dish like almost ever. Like they have like what they call like tavern style, I think, or
Doug, what
bar
is
style.
I don't know what tavern
It's closer
style.
to St. Louis style than you think. They don't have the Provel cheese, obviously, but they're like, no, we don't eat like Lou Malnati's deep dish every night. You'd be at 350 pounds.
And they're in their 20s, and they're probably out enjoying themselves. And if you have a deep dish pizza, you're going to be sloth-like.
Yeah, you're cooked. You mean that is your entire day's worth of
One
meat,
piece is
cheese,
about
and bread.
about all you can handle.
And we
right?
assume that everyone in Chicago is just slugging back
hammering
on
those
giant
and Polish sausages.
That's the narrative.
Like every airport has St. Louis style ribs, and friends of mine, oh, you're getting that? I'm like, I don't even know what that means.
Is that just the longer rib and baby backs are the shorter, like meatier ones?
I don't know.
Barbecue guy, text in, but not too much.
La Pizza is the move. That's from Alan.
Fire.
He's in Dadeville. Whoa, Jackson just got fired up and it said fire.
Really? U-City. It's really, the guys I think are from Queens, so it's really
So you
really
like it?
Well,
Just
I mean,
because
they're
they're from New York. You
Queens,
heard it,
pizza's
Doug.
good.
I can play it back for you.
It's a little bit more.
Big city elitism.
If you're going to have New York style pizza and the owners or the people who run it are from New York, is that not beneficial? I'm not saying it has to be that way, but it's a green flag.
All you got to do is hand somebody the recipe, and anyone could cook it.
I also like Pizza de Gloria on the Hill. Really good.
Oh, that's better.
I've heard great things.
Oh, it's outstanding. Cool
What makes
spot,
it?
too.
Describe the pizza to the audience.
The dough is unbelievable. It's
Doug,
like
the dough.
It's a thinner, but like it's not like the world's biggest pizza. Like you're not going to go there and like have like 8 slices, but really fresh ingredients.
Is it Neapolitan?
It's kind of a tweener because like it doesn't.
It's a tweener Neapolitan.
Like when I think of
Is there
Neapolitan,
ever a straight answer?
What ice cream is it? Neapolitan is
It's a congressional hearing.
things aren't as binary as the 3 gentlemen in front of me like to think it is. Sometimes it's a little bit more nuanced.
Oh.
And so like with Neapolitan, I think of big chunks of mozzarella like on there, but this is like pretty normal looking cheese on the pie.
Okay.
So I
Right
would say
across
it's a
from
tweener.
Milo's, right?
It's directly
I
across.
was walking out of
Yes,
Milo's.
that's right.
Walking out
That's
of
right.
Milo's one time, and I
That's what it
looked over, and they were spinning the pies in the air.
Oh, I like that.
They were doing that.
Yeah.
Does Hat Boy like emos?
Love emos.
You're Hat Boy, I guess.
Whatever.
That's from the chic of Wydown. Doug There's a chic on Wydown.
I did not
I
know
do.
that.
It tastes like summer with your friends, either like a sleepover, or getting out of the swimming pool, and someone just ordered emos, and you have like 3 or 4 pieces with your buddies. It just tastes like summertime to me.
Yeah, I really like it.
Summertime.
I'm whimsical,
It's not as filling as some of the other big, thick
but I kind of
crust
like
pizza.
that because
I
you can
do
have
too.
like
Yeah.
12 pieces. And, yeah, I mean you're gluttonous for sure, but feel less gluttonous.
Yeah, I like it.
St. Louis Hills is getting a Dewey's, cementing it as the Huntley of South City. That's from Milagro Tequila, Texture of the Year 2023-2024. Arbor Day. I was unaware of this. And if news is breaking in St. Louis Hills, Doug, I am the TMZ of it. What's going on, Chairman Kurt?
It's going to be on Hampton, not far from the Salt and Smoke there.
Oh, really? By DB Proud, home of the Cavaliers.
You're the Cavalier.
Yep.
So that area instantly becomes the Huntley of South City?
That's correct.
Because you're getting a pizza restaurant?
That's correct.
Well, I'll be darned.
What would be like the Chesterfield of South City?
Chairman Kurt, you're a resident.
I don't understand the question.
Reasonable.
What do you mean? Well, if you just call it the Huntley of, then we're going to make. All right, never mind. So Hampton Eichelberger is the Huntley of South City.
Some are saying.
Right by DeVerg.
Some are saying it's right.
And then you got that Mac. Don't sleep on Macklin because you got Onestos over there.
Doug, don't sleep on that.
I won't.
Like the ice
I
cream
would
place,
have.
That was Brian Hoffman's favorite spot was Onestos.
Get out there and treat the side streets, please, to Shara.
If we could just get, you could get to
The plows don't fit.
Shara Jones' snowplow is in the YouTube chat right now.
Just 2 days ago,
That's
I was
the name of it.
driving down one of the side streets, going 2 miles an hour, and I'm skidding out, taking out cars on the left and the right.
You hit somebody?
No, but damn near.
Didn't they say the plows don't fit? The
I don't
trucks
figure
don't
it
fit?
out, Doug.
Well, I don't have to.
I tend to agree with Kurt here. There's got to be a better way. I mean, like there's places north of us and they survive.
Maybe get some Rams money to buy some salt.
That's a good idea.
Use that. Maybe let's have a town hall next week.
They'll do a town hall.
Let's have a town hall. And
Eric Grubman will host it.
Yes, he doesn't do puppet shows.
Get Big Al in there.
But those side streets in the city, the streets are very narrow. People are parking sometimes on both sides of the street.
That's right.
There's hardly, you can't get a truck down there.
People they get buried, the cars, Like
Yeah.
if they're moving all to one side, you get totally buried in. Those one-ways are really tough.
I guess the answer is smaller trucks.
Yeah, hand
If
plow.
somebody's got an extra $11 million hanging around, maybe from a Ram settlement or something.
You should loosen up your purse strings.
I'm not a city resident.
That's fair.
Yeah, Doug, you got out of that one. That was key. Carlos Spicy winner, who I think someday is going into the TMA Hall of Fame, says Dewey's is what the kids today refer to as mid. Boy, I hate to disagree with Carlos Spicy Wiener. I'm kind of a Carlos Spicy Wiener lemming, to be transparent with the audience. I'm a fan.
I am too. I like Dewey's.
Is it considered mid by the kids? Because you represent the Tykes as a 26-year-old strapping boy.
I don't know. I think the consensus, young or old, is that Dewey's is really solid. I think people would say that there's better spots out there, but that Dewey's is a extremely reliable play.
Part of the DeWitt chain there. That's the DeWitt family.
I like the Hawaiian from there. I like Hawaiian pizza.
I like to go in there and hold the hostess accountable for lack of cardinal moves because they're part of the DeWitt umbrella.
That's a great
Guys, St. Charles is getting the second La Pizza location. So the 400 level at Busch Stadium this year is going to go from C cups to D cups by May. Doug, that's Allen Dadeville.
Okay.
Is that accurate, Jackson?
I didn't know that.
I bet deep down right now you're disappointed. That's my like you're not going to rave about it as much because there's a location in St. Charles. Doug, I'm just telling you how his mind works. I've dealt with this guy for years now. He's a coastal elitist in the cloak of a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, I'm a real wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah, that is accurate. I did not know that. It's just surprising me because
the thing about the C cups to D cups?
All that plays, that tracks, that they're going out to St. Charles because they had been in U City, just that one spot for feels like 20 years.
There have been quite a few people make just an absolute fortune with pizza.
Well, how do we do it real quick?
Well,
we should.
I think the move is just takeout. I feel like the dining room.
That's Pizza Go-Go. I mean, there are tables at Pizza Go-Go.
Yeah, but I think just doing takeout is kind of the move.
Tom Monahan made millions with Domino's and Mike Ilitch with Little Caesars, and there's some people that have really amassed massive fortunes with pizza. It's about $2 worth of ingredients, and they charge you $15 or $20 for the pizza.
Yeah,
TMA Pizza. Get it at your neighborhood Schnucks.
Yeah,
what are we waiting for?
Yeah,
Slice of Doug.
We had beer.
Slice of Doug. I like the Doug special. It's got a great top.
I got fired from Dewey's for lack of enthusiasm years ago, and it still stings. Thanks. It's from the 314.
Do they do a lot of the group cheering and birthdays? Is that what they
didn't
mean?
know. It seems like it's just kind of standard. You get your pizza. I didn't know that was going on.
I could see you and Vitaly hanging out at the Kirkwood spot.
Hanging out together?
Planning next year's Christmas
That's
party.
Right. The Christmas party. You better believe
It'll be
it,
a
brother.
first grade party this year.
Yeah, I guess so.
Kindergarten.
Yeah, our kids are going to be in pre-K together next year. It's going to be magical.
Well, see him next Friday. What are you going to do with pizza night? Because it's the Blizzard, the Billiken Blizzard. I'm going with the family to the SLU game next
That's right.
Friday.
Marty's taking the family.
It's a 6 o'clock tip.
6 o'clock tip for the Dayton game. We're all going to be there. Doug, why don't you take one?
Well, if I can
Greg
get
Vaughn
some
will fly
ducats,
up from Tampa.
If I can get some ducats, I might just go.
John
I'd
Vaughn
like
will
that.
come in from you call them the Wentzville territories?
Well, yeah.
Those are the territories.
Get on a stagecoach and ride on in.
Jackson just took a selfie. I just got on the corner of my eye.
You were flashing Kurt, check your phone. Is that what that was? That was saying check your phone.
But I do understand.
Wow, we've gotten to a point where Jackson's taking selfies in the middle of the show.
Wouldn't that be great, though, if, like, mid-take, I was like, hey, fellas, sorry, and then just took, like, a duck lip selfie. But didn't post it just for my records.
If Frank were here, we would have pizza being dropped off. Frank would start the show. Boy, I don't know if anybody's dropping off food today, but I wouldn't mind. And he would order food on the air and just hope that somebody would drop it off randomly.
We had that happen a few times at the old station. And then we'd eat it right during the show.
Into the microphone.
People didn't care.
That is correct.
We got some Friendly's fried chicken a few times that way.
But it's got to be...
But these guys suck, begging for food already.
Chuckster, it has to be packaged up. I don't want somebody's paper plate with aluminum foil in it.
No, yeah, that's a little rough.
Hey, we whipped these up for you guys this morning.
That sounded like a little bit there.
Guys, if St. Charles gets any more chain restaurants, the Cardinals will really be up the river. Reinforcing the upper deck will cost a fortune, and the Heifers will need steel beams. That's from Arbor Day. So he's concerned about more restaurants, chain restaurants in St. Charles.
And the upper deck simply won't hold the people.
Heifer.
I had no idea that this was going on.
It's got steel beams now.
Maybe we could talk to James Carlton about the insurance situation for that. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent, and he has been now for 6 years. You have nothing to lose by calling this number, 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800, and seeing if they can save you money, because there's a good chance that your insurance went up from last year. I've had so many TMA listeners over the last few years since James started advertising on the show saying, man, I had no idea. I can't believe the amount of money that James is saving me. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James saves people the most money. Go online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today. Can you catch the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom? One hell of an entrepreneur. But now, potentially, our emailer of the month for the month of January, presented to you by Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. You can't ask for more when it comes to customer service than the following. An advertiser going, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give out my personal cell phone number. Well, that's what Stewie of Stewart's American Mortgage does. And I can tell you firsthand, I've talked to him on that personal cell phone number, so I can validate 314-324-4440 is the number. Call it if you're looking to buy a home, sell a home, or refinance. And joining us right now to talk it over is Stewie. And Stewie, let's talk about consolidating debt and APR. That's something that can help people out.
You know what, Tim? I bet you don't know the average interest rate on a credit card today. Any idea?
I'll throw some. I would. Here's my thought process as a poker player. I would say 18%, but because you're asking me, that implies that it's got to be higher than what I was thinking. So I'm going to go with 21%.
How about 23%?
My goodness, I still was wrong.
23%. And when you go ahead, you don't pay off your balance every month. They charge interest on the interest. So it's compounding bigger. Most people, you go over to them, what's your credit card rate? They don't know it. We had a customer we just refinanced. His average interest rate was 31% on his credit cards. Had no idea. We consolidated his debt. We gave him a whole new mortgage. His credit score's low because of the amount of debt he has. We did it. We consolidated. He's saving $2,000 a month. Saving $2,000 a month. 6 months from now, his credit's going to go up because he's not going to have all that debt anymore on his credit cards, and we're going to refinance it for free with the bagel loan and reduce the rate even more. Be smart. If you don't know the interest rates on those credit cards, there's no caps, there's no limits, there's no ceilings. It's going up and up and up, and it's not going down even when the Federal Reserve cuts those interest rates. Take advantage now, consolidate it, get yourself in a better place. It may take a little longer to get there, but we can do it for you.
Call Stewie on his cell phone. This is his cell phone number, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on VGK right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Doug Jackson has pulled audio leading to the conspiracy theory going on around football fans that the Kansas City Chiefs are getting the calls because the NFL wants them in the Super Bowl. And so Travis Kelce and his brother Jason Kelce on the New Heights podcast talked about these allegations, which Patrick Mahomes yesterday in their media session said not true, absurd. Here's what the Kelces had to say on New Heights.
All right, hit the lever, Pale. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Wrong lever.
You saw some of this, but they were complaining about the refs again, Trav. Even Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne, I hate the cheating ass Chiefs. Spelling ass with the two Z's.
Shout out to Toonsy, man.
Colin Saunders had a rebuttal. He said, literally, folks will see shit like this and say, yep, just like I thought. Refs versus the Texans. Bro, the Texans left the all-time leading playoffs receiver wide booty butt naked open for 4 quarters.
Just hearing you say that.
And yet the Chiefs needed those calls.
Wide booty butt naked open. They did. They left me butt naked open.
And I forgot to mention them boys at 8 sacks. 8. CJ couldn't even scratch his ass for a good second before he was getting sacked. We need to get Colin on the podcast. This guy's fucking hilarious.
St. Louis's own, Kalen Saunders.
Parkway Central.
Yeah, Kalen Saunders won a ring with the Chiefs. Well, you want him on I think I had his number.
You see, there's
a friend of the show.
Talk some Chiefs.
A Ledoux player made first team All-Pro.
Jack Fox.
NFL. That's right.
Yeah, I believe it.
First team.
Class of 15, right above me.
I think Belichick called him the best weapon in the NFL at one point.
He is a field position optimization specialist.
Wow! I thought he was a punter.
Look at that!
I thought he was a punter.
Shout out to Jack Fox.
Foot maestro?
Yeah, he's awesome. Good dude, too. Really good dude.
Is it fair to say, so I'm asking, that the least popular option for the Super Bowl would be Chiefs and Eagles, even though those are the favorites because they have played?
That's a good question.
The only college football playoff championship game I didn't want to see was Ohio State, Penn State, because we had seen it in the regular season, Chiefs and Eagles playing. So, but then, they're the two best teams.
Yeah.
The Eagles, for the record, a 6-point favorite over the Commanders, and the Chiefs a 1.5 at the moment. I could see that moving up a little bit. Point favorite over the Bills.
I would say any matchup that features the Chiefs is not the least desirable for the NFL.
So many negatives there, Doug. I don't know what I'm listening to anymore.
I don't either.
Sometimes you start a sentence and you can't. This is live radio. You can't just rewind. What I'm saying is
how come I'm able to do it so well day in, day out?
Jimmy's the best.
South Side grit.
DNA.
I like that.
Yeah,
it's not a bad idea.
The Eagles are in trouble because Hurts is injured.
Hurts is hurt.
Yeah, he's got a bad knee. They say he's going to be able to
just
play.
time-coded that for his resume reel. I saw him lean in to write it down.
That's right. Cheyenne, Wyoming, here I come.
That's where you're going?
Sure.
Cheyenne, Wyoming?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go there.
Why not?
It's in the middle of nowhere.
Middays or afternoons?
Yeah, but there'd be no one there to listen, so I could just
think you could get mornings?
I could just talk hoop rock. They probably have me on perpetually.
They hired this kid from St. Louis.
We'll have Fennis Dembo in our next segment.
It's probably Josh Allen radio all the time.
Right. Yeah, they're actually probably pretty big Bills fans. No, I think if the Chiefs are in it, the NFL is pretty happy.
There's no matchup that turns you off. If you say...
Me personally, no.
No, if the Chiefs make it and they're playing Jaden Daniels, the rookie, you got the great story, Mahomes and Daniels. If the Bills finally win a Super Bowl? Is Mark Levy still alive? Which I think he is.
Yeah, it's like
Pride of Country Day.
If they play Washington, I think Bills-Eagles is my least favorite.
I agree.
Probably so, yeah. But the Chiefs have become America's team. Certainly St. Louis's team.
St. Louis's team, yeah, but I think that there is actually, and this happens when you have great teams. The Patriots certainly experienced it. I think the cheating thing played a role in it. But oftentimes when teams go on a run of success, there is backlash to it. It's nothing against Kansas City right now. Take your pick of whatever other dynasties you would want to be looking at. I think that there actually is nationally not only Chiefs fatigue, and then what we just heard the Kelceys talking about, that is implied that they are getting calls. And contrary to what the numbers say, that's not the case, but it feels like it. It certainly gets a lot of media attention. And this team would be on a run of even longer, going to Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. Keep in mind, it was that 2019 game against Tom Brady and the Patriots where Chris Jones got that call that allowed Brady and the Patriots to continue to drive and kept the Chiefs out of the Super Bowl. So how about this little fun fact for No and Tell? Doug, would you like a fun fact for No and Tell?
I would love one, please.
Got this for you. Patrick Mahomes. In home games in November, Mahomes is 23-2, and he has won 20 straight home games in November or later, I should be clear. So in the cold weather in Kansas City. 23-2 in his career, and he has won 20 in a row. The last time he lost was that Chris Jones call against Tom Brady. So it gives you an idea of what teams are up against. And I can't recall who I heard talking about this week, but one of the reasons why at the end of games they're so dangerous is because he knows, and the offense knows, and Andy Reid knows that they're going to have 4 downs to keep moving the football down the field, as opposed to earlier in the game where they may not be as apt to play it that way, and teams just can't stop them. And another thing to keep an eye on this weekend regarding the Chiefs, and if you're a Chiefs fan, you'll be happy to hear it. If you're wanting to see the Chiefs lose, then you won't be happy to hear it. But Kelce was just talking about how he was wide open and how the hell that was allowed to happen against the Texans. And the Ravens were able to move the football incredibly well with their tight ends. I realize the focal point right now on the narrative is Mark Andrews and the drop pass, but Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, their 2 tight ends, combined for 9 catches, 134 yards, and a touchdown. And Andrews was open on the 2-point conversion, which would have sent that game at least potentially to overtime. There still was 90 seconds left. Point being, the Bills have had some issues stopping tight ends. So now Travis Kelce, one of the all-time greats, and coming off a big game against the Texans, might have an opportunity to go off where Patrick Mahomes has been on a heater in games November and later. 20 straight wins at Arrowhead.
I think he's won 8 straight playoff games. It's just unbelievable.
I find it remarkable. They've been in the AFC Championship game 7 years in a row.
Yeah, that's nuts.
7 straight years.
That's crazy. I think America's team is kind of turning into the Bills. I think people really like Josh Allen. I mean, obviously you'd have to be a little on the older side, but the 4 straight Super Bowls and not getting one, I think people are really glomming onto the Bills. I think the Bills and Ravens, the winner of that game was going to be the America's team.
Really?
Yeah.
I think the Chiefs are it right now.
Well, are we defining America's team as like the team people love and hate?
Well, or the team, maybe the most popular team in the country right now.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I'm thinking like the it team right now, like the team that most people are going to be like rooting for if they have no affiliation. I think it might be the Bills.
Frank Clark, not Chris Jones. I don't know how the hell I got that confused. Apologize. Point being, that was the play that I guess at this point 6 years ago. Last time he lost a home game after November. 23-2. 23-2, 20 straight wins.
Right. I think the Bills might get him. I think maybe. Is that right? It's a kind of a do factor. Isn't there just a do factor?
If it hasn't happened now, you know.
You're saying it won't happen.
Well, I also subscribe to the do factor, but
is that because of Ledoux and due time? Due time.
What time is it? Jackie, what time is it?
Due time.
Thank you.
But whenever I would ask my dad, like, when are we going to do this, that, or the other, he would say, in due time. And I always liked that.
It never happened, did it?
No. It would happen. He was just tired of my ass asking him every 5 minutes.
In due time.
I saw a report yesterday that said the Bills have been penalized 15 yards for roughing the passer in advance of their game against the Chiefs.
Like when Jeremiah Tillman would have 2 fouls and layup lines.
Will there be an overcorrection from the officials on that?
Don't you think those guys would be a little tight knowing the narrative? Like if you are an official going into that game, you know what everyone says about the Chiefs. So if you're like, oh, that was kind of pass interference, that was kind of a roughing the pitch. Should I throw? I don't know. Should I throw it or not throw it? Like that's got to be in the back of your brain.
I would think, yeah.
Bills defense is all beat up too.
Right.
And they were healthy throughout most of the year. got injury and questionable for the game across the board. Matt Milano was one of their big stars this weekend. He left in the final series against the Ravens. He was limited yesterday in their first practice. In addition, Taylor Rapp has a hip injury. He's their best safety and their best corner. Christian Benford is still in concussion protocol. He got hurt on the onside kick. So that defense is depleted as of right now. And how many of those guys will actually play? And if they are playing, will they be 100%? So, Doug, America's team is up against it. But you know what? That's just going to add to the story when they bring Buffalo their first championship.
Well, there'll be a whole lot of people rooting for that to happen. I mean, the heartbreak of losing 4 in a row in the 90s.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to ever live down. But a Super Bowl win here would make people forget that, I think.
Marv Levy is 99.
Is that right?
Years old. Coached at WashU. Coached at Country Day back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
See, it all loops back around.
It does.
Sylvester Brown.
Doug, I know you're probably going to do a little gambling on this AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I got a stat for you that may influence things a little bit.
Okay, what would that be? Absolutely. Yeah.
So the head referee is Cleet Blakeman for this game.
Yeah.
Cleet Blakeman.
Mahomes is 6-5 in his career with Blakeman's crew. Blakeman, if his name sounds familiar, he's the one that called the phantom roughing the passing penalty on Chris Jones in the 2018-2019 AFC Championship game when they lost to the Patriots.
I'll be darned.
He was also the ref when they lost.
I thought it was Frank Clark.
Frank Clark was offsides, and then there was an interception.
He was also the ref for the game when they lost to Vegas on Christmas Day last year. So there's some refs where he's undefeated.
Doug, keep an eye on Cleet Blakeman.
Okay. Well, he doesn't make all the calls.
It's tough.
But we can keep an eye on the fellow.
I don't mean to disparage somebody's name or it might have family resonance, but looking at a baby and then saying, we're going to name him Cleet, probably tough.
What about Cleet Boyer? Ken Boyer's brother, third baseman for the Yankees.
That's right.
Is it
Ken trotted right by him in the 64 World Series.
It might be Cletus. If that's the case, then I withdraw.
Okay.
So Cletus gets you Cleet.
D. Ford was offsides. Clark came the next year. That's from Marsh's burner. Doug, who were these penalties on and why are they chirping?
I don't know.
TJ Ford?
TJ Ford, he was with Texas?
Yeah.
Final Four run 2003.
Nice! Hey, welcome to the club.
Thank you.
Welcome to the annoying club.
Marquette made it that year.
And they got past the
Jack
University of
hammered
Missouri.
by Kansas.
Is that
And
D.
friend of
Wade?
the program.
Yeah, D. Wade. Steve Novak, Travis Diener.
Paul Pierce wouldn't have been on that Kansas team, would he?
Paul Pierce would have been
No,
earlier.
he would have been gone.
I thought.
He was with Rafe LaFrance. Fear spelled backwards. Think about
I think
that.
Marquette was down 30 at halftime, and the great debate was, we're all the way here at the Final Four. It's at the Superdome in New Orleans. Do we walk out at halftime?
No,
Because
you can't do that.
You can't.
No.
You see if they sell scotch at the concession stand.
It would feel
That's what
good
you
to
do.
walk out to show your disgust, but where are you going to go once you leave the building?
In
We were
New
wearing all this
Orleans,
Marquette gear.
I can think of a couple places.
You're
in New
walking
Orleans.
out, and people, Kansas fans, were taunting us. And I said, it was the officials. We lost by 40.
I respect that.
D-effing Ford was the one who was offside
stop this.
in the 2019 game. It's from the 314.
D. Gordon?
And he wrote that in capital
You see
letters. Yes, stop it. We don't care.
We make up names.
Sure.
It's your responsibility to figure out if we're right, not ours.
Right. Do some fact checking.
This is the people's show.
That's right.
If the Chiefs win this game, will Steve Spagnuolo be a coach again? Head coach. Does this open the door? 969.
God, he was just the worst head coach ever when he was here. He was so bad.
Demoff says it was circumstance. I'm like, yeah, you were in charge, jackass. Hey, what were the circumstances?
The morning after.
That's a promo.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be joined by the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much. much of. There is a reason Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for Michael as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the Hall of Famer Bernie Federko with us here on the program. Morning, Bernie.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Wonderful. How are you doing, Bernie?
Good. Perfect.
Looking forward to seeing if the Blues can keep the momentum from winning on Monday in Las Vegas and have the opportunity to pick up all 4 points against a really good hockey team, as they are certainly in need of it. What did you think of the way the team was able to bounce back from what I know they thought was a disappointing performance against Utah and then beat VGK on Monday?
Well, I liked about the first 57 minutes of the game. The last three was a little hairy, but no, they found a way to bounce back. I mean, I love the way they play. I mean, they're aggressive, and when they play aggressive and they try to score, it's fun to watch, and they seem to be successful. I don't like when they sit back and see what's going to happen, and I think that's kind of what happened at the end of that game. Of course, Vegas is going to they're behind, and they've really struggled as of late. They've lost 5 of the last 6 games, so you knew they were going to be a little better in that third period. But when they start pushing, I think that the Blues have got to find a way to make sure that they don't try to sit back and be a little more aggressive and try to get that next goal instead of sit back and see what's going to happen. So all is well that ends well, though. With Bennington and Ned, I think that we were all pretty confident the chances of winning in that shootout was probably pretty good.
It just feels like the Blues are a much better team now than they were in the early weeks of the season, especially in November when they had that bad stretch. Is that because of the coaching change or younger players just getting better, or what would you attribute that to?
A combination of all those things, Doug. Obviously, I think that Jim gives them a lot more confidence right now. I think he the way he handles himself, the way he's poised behind the bench, and I think that really helps everybody. But I think it's a matter of getting everybody on the same page, the chemistry from the team. I mean, the injuries. I mean, Robert Thomas is healthy again now, and I think that the lines, most of the guys are healthy right now, other than Letty, and so the line combinations we're starting to see. I mean, the dynamic line combination of Shen and Kyrou and Holloway has been absolutely outstanding. But I think it's just a matter of them all getting together and finding the chemistry from line to line. And I think they are. They've got 4 lines that can actually forecheck and check well. The defense is now healthy and playing well. So they really are a much better team, obviously, than they were last year. And they're certainly playing way better because I think they've found their game now.
They do have a lot of letdown games. You win 2 in a row against Calgary, go to Utah, another team that's below you in the standings, or maybe you can make up some ground, get that elusive 3rd straight win. They lose that one, but beat Vegas. Is there something to it where you just kind of human nature, you dial it up when it's a better opponent?
Martin, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, it kind of seems that way with the Blues, but it shouldn't be that way. I mean, you should have a game plan each and every night, and you should go out there and make sure that you do it to the best of your ability. And I think that maybe they are sitting back, and when they're playing against a really good team, they don't want to be embarrassed, and they play much harder. And you shouldn't be that way because, I mean, if you're going to be a good team, you've got to beat everybody, and you certainly got to beat the teams below you. And I think if that is an issue, that's something that I'm sure that Monty will try to rectify, because you've got to be ready to and be prepared for each and every game that you play, every shift that you play, especially starting the games. If you start the games well, usually they end well. And if they're that way, they really got to change that mentality, because that's not going to cut it in this league, because everybody is capable of winning. I mean, parity is here. There's really no real bad team. I mean, even the Blackhawks beat, as bad as they are right now, they're beating a lot of good teams because the teams aren't prepared for them. So certainly I hope that they can put it together and get a run going as they did back in 2019. This is basically when their run started towards the end of January, and we all know what happened that year.
Bennington has been in the nets the last 2 games, so I suppose that means we'll see Hofer tonight. What do you think about Hofer's play? Does he seem like a guy who can be a number 1 here soon?
He will, Doug. There's the way he handles the puck, the way he is poised in net and the size of him. He certainly should be a number 1. Now, whether or not he'll be in there tonight, I think we said this last week, Doug, when we thought it was going to be Hofer was going to be in last week, but it was Bennington. So I don't know what kind of thoughts they're having down there as far as who's going to play goal, but obviously Bennington is their number 1 guy. Now, if you want them to use your number 1 guy as much as you can, you may see Bennington again. Obviously, they haven't played since Monday, so they've had plenty of rest. And with not playing until Saturday again, Monday, you probably will see Hofer. But is he going to be in there tonight? I don't know, but certainly that when he does get his chance to be a number one goaltender, I think that Joel is very capable of having that opportunity and being a number one at some point in time.
And at some point here this morning, we'll get an update. Philip Broberg left practice late yesterday, went into the boards. They said they had to help him off the ice, an apparent leg injury. If it is anything of note, it really sucks because they just sort of got things settled with the addition of Fowler. And then the blue line, that was sort of a shaky area. Suter was playing too many minutes. It seems like right now would be the worst time to lose someone like Broberg.
I would agree with that, but I don't know what the status is of Nick Leddy, though. He's been skating too, so is Nick going to get ready at some point in time to get back in the lineup too? If that's the case with Broberg out, if Leddy was ready, that certainly would be a positive thing. But no, Broberg has been absolutely outstanding. The Blues really missed him when he was out of the lineup earlier this year, and yes, everybody has kind of come together and been now healthy, and that would be very devastating to lose him for a while, especially when things like this happen in practice. In a game, at least a game situation, you understand the competition is there, but if something like that happens in practice, it's really kind of a really terrible thing to happen.
Bernie Federko every Thursday here on TMA Blues and the Golden Knights tonight here on 101 ESPN pregame 6 p.m. puck drop at 7 p.m. Bernie, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Fellas, always a pleasure. You guys have a great day.
You too. That's Bernie Federko with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines 101 ESPN and on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show from this Sunday at Hot Shots Fenton for Champ Bash. The live pregame show with Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto starts at 11 a.m., so get there early to grab your seat and enjoy the Hot Shots pregame tailgate specials from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. before kickoff, and there will be plenty of screens to watch the AFC and NFC Championship games and a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, including Blues tickets, Point Fest tickets, and more. Plus, the Rizzuto Show will perform their choreographed dance Pick'em Punishment at halftime of Game 1. Doug, I was privy to see some of the moves and hear some of the songs for this. I was in the Riz Show office a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
And I think it's going to be a real treat. I think it's going to be a real treat. Some wonderful songs.
Well, I enjoy a treat.
Well, it's coming up this Sunday at Hot Shots. Okay. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton this Sunday. All the details found at 101ESPN.com. When are we going to hear Movie Boy talk about the Oscar nominations? That's from Mr. Licks. Are the Oscar nominations out?
I didn't know that Oscar noms had come out.
I just don't know what I'm doing with my investment in goodorbad.com.
Well, just because Mr. Licks says it doesn't mean it's even close to true.
Oh, wow. I'm going to go to good or
full
bad.
list. Yeah, we got a full list.
Oh, so you're going to apologize to Mr. Licks?
Yeah, I apologize to Mr. Licks, and in the break, I will. I'm going to take a look and find out.
That list just came out.
Tim, the domain for goodorbad.com is available for sale or
I just
other
don't
proposals.
know what they're doing with the $1.75 million I wired to Jackson's account.
You can continue to wonder, but that money has been spent.
That's fine. We'll just get a new website. We'll overspend on it. No big deal.
Yep. Chapter 11 season, baby.
Is that what it is? It's Chapter 11 season?
Talk to me in Q3.
Doug, why is this guy talking?
I don't know. He's talking down to us again. We're hearing Ledoux come out.
Is it due time again?
Due time?
Hat boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to get involved on the show. That YouTube chat, very hot. Bach Hog just jumped in, Doug. It's good to see Bach Hog.
Bach? I remember Boss Hog.
Right.
This is Bach.
B-O-K-K. Am I pronouncing it right? Bach Hog? Bach Hog, right?
Sounds right.
And he said, "What up, fellas?" And then Don Peepee replies, "Nothing much, just flirting and stuff."
No.
So you can get in there.
Feels like a separate show that has nothing to do with this show. How do they augment one another? That's what I'm trying to follow.
Tashara Jones Snowplow just texted in to say, "Still here, Timmy." Another issue, Doug, unfortunately, on the front page of the Post-Dispatch this morning. Bankruptcy by Armory developer in St. Louis reveals over... Now, this says $400 million of debt. That strikes me as...
word. At some point, don't the lenders stop lending him money? After you get like $200 or $300 million in debt, don't they say, wait a minute, that's all we're going to lend you?
A bankruptcy filing from a leader of Green Street Real Estate Ventures reveals the tangled financial problems of the prominent development company and offers a glimpse into its stunning fall with more than $400 million of debt. Filing by Green Street principal Kevin Morrell details the depths of the company's issues, which have led to stalled projects, dozens of lawsuits, and the closure of the Armory entertainment venue in St. Louis's Midtown neighborhood. He filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the Eastern District Court of Missouri for his business debts. A trustee will liquidate Morrell's shares of various Green Street entities to pay creditors. Morrell had $5.5 million of assets and then $432.2 million in debts and 63 creditors. It also lists personal financial details such as $90,000 in credit card debt and $48,000 in monthly expenses, including $5,100 for entertainment. Doug, so that is the situation with the Armory. And Jackson, you used to hang out there, right?
Yeah, I'd go there. Yeah, it was cool.
It was a nice place. Yeah.
Did the Youngs sort of frequent there?
A decent amount, yeah. It was popular. It was a
lot of
huge
big screen
screen,
TVs,
massive screen that we would do
that'll cost
for a ball
$400
game.
I still don't understand where the $400 million went.
I don't get that's crazy. $400 million. I mean, holy mackerel.
If it was $40 million, maybe I'd say
even
okay,
that
maybe.
is like a crazy amount of money. $400 million. That's nuts. Yeah. That's like the Padres.
What if it's a typo?
You think it's a typo? You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Is it the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's time? We'll find out coming up at 10:50. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Want to save money on your groceries? It's happening now. Big news from your friends at Schnucks. They've lowered the prices on over 2,300 items. So throughout the store, whatever it is you purchase, good chance the price is going down. Over 2,300 items, a huge number. They've marked down prices. Things like the Honeycrisp apples, Jack's Pizza, Ore-Ida potatoes, Tyson Family Pack chicken, Organic Girls salad kits. Have you had those big 32-ounce Chobani yogurt tubs? Stoke cold brew coffee. I think the Youngs love that. New lower prices on all of the above. By lowering those prices, Schnucks is bound to save you money somewhere in the store. Something that you frequently buy is probably going down in price. How about that? Over 2,300 items have been reduced throughout all of the Schnucks stores in town. Check out digital shelf tags around the store to find tons more items, all with lower prices. You want to save on groceries, you can do it right now. Everyday savings that you can count on, all at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on over 2,300 items.
champagne. Get the Chardonnay ready high. Cause Albert's getting high. You know what happens when Albert gets high. We gon' be partying like it's 2006 again. You know this ain't Louis, we the truest red birds in our hearts. So many pennies, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep. Chambers, you my boy. Yeah, them Braves, they lost their boys. Now if you from St. Louis, gonna make some noise. Yeah.
Fired up, doesn't it?
Chambers played just briefly, right?
Adrian.
Abrupt.
Yeah, that was an abrupt. Doug, you always have an issue with the out points and the fade.
I didn't hit anything. It just it ejected on itself. I think the computer had enough.
The cassette ejected on its own.
Cassette. There is a spot for cassettes right here.
Oh, I hope so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel where they're doing a St. Louis Rams Mount Rushmore, and I just saw the name Amp Lee, also Todd
He
Kitchen.
wouldn't make it.
Well, that's what Joe and Fernando's third wheel is saying in the YouTube chat. Don PP says, give us your 4. Doug, give us your 4. St. Louis Rams Mount Rushmore.
St. Louis.
Warner, Falk, Bruce, and Pace.
There you go.
That's the correct. There's an actually objectively correct answer.
I mean, tough
Doug,
to
we're
argue.
celebrating the 25th anniversary of Ricky Prohl's catch, which I feel like is underrated relative to Dwight Clark's catch, 49ers Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Trumaine Johnson.
No, it was between Pace and Holt there at the end, but I guess Pace being in the Hall of Fame.
William Hayes.
Aeneas Williams is in the Hall of Fame, but bulk of the career Arizona.
Yeah.
So I think it is Warner, Falk, Bruce, Pace.
The only one that I think you can say, I think, and I'm open to being told I'm wrong, Torrey Holt would be in there. It's the only one that I think you can.
Yeah.
That's why I hesitated with Pace. It's one of the two.
Right.
It's too bad we can't chisel a fifth head onto the.
But then are you surprised to see Amp Lee getting the play that he's getting in the YouTube chat?
I don't think he deserves
Iggy
it.
just suggested Sean Landetta, and you got sideways with him?
No, I never did. No.
Martin, you got sideways with him? Didn't we play audio? Oh, no, that was on WIP, called into a show.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Recently,
He was shaving his shrubs.
No.
That's right.
In the
that actually
sauna.
is the reason.
Yeah.
Stunningly, that is actually accurate.
100%.
Yeah. Doug, do you like when USA Today does their college football season grades for all 134?
Oh, gosh.
We're going through all 134.
Can we? That should have been the entire show. Just go through all the grades.
I thought exclusively of Doug when I saw that link
I
this
love
morning.
when you send me this nonsense, and you know what I'm thinking when you send it to me, and then the time comes.
Let's get a grade on Mizzou and Illinois, and that ought to about wrap it up.
No, come on.
I mean, I got to disagree. Martin said, let's go through it all. Do you want to guess the 4 teams that
got A pluses?
Yeah.
Ohio State.
No.
Ohio State did not get an A plus.
You know how many bowl games there are? I mean, it is amazing how many there are now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh.
No, they didn't get an A plus.
They couldn't have got. Did anybody get an A plus?
Yeah, 4 schools.
Did.
I just said 4 schools. Don't buy time with me.
That didn't win the national championship.
That's
How about
correct.
Notre Dame?
No, ridiculous.
I hate this ranking. I hate it.
Think about
It's
it,
not
Doug.
ranking, it's grades.
Are we talking about regular season or postseason?
It's all encompassing.
32,
College
33,
football.
34,
Ohio State.
35, 36.
Ohio State and Notre Dame did not get A plus.
That's correct. Thank you for acknowledging.
Oregon.
No, that's ridiculous.
Think hard.
Who else is there?
Why aren't you thinking?
Yeah, why
Can I
aren't
have
you?
initials, please?
39, 40, 41.
How about
Count the
Arizona
two,
State?
playoffs.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, now
Because they
we're
overachieved.
Okay.
SMU, Indiana.
Yes. Yes, Martin. Martin gets it. Martin's thinking.
I don't want to get it.
Arizona State, Indiana, SMU, and Martin, why don't you get them all 4?
I was reading the Dan Caesar article. Let's see. Sorry.
How about Ole Miss?
No, it's ridiculous.
I'm an idiot for suggesting that.
Same vein.
Can I have initials, please?
No, the same
BS.
vein. Boise State.
Yes, Martin got them all.
There it is. There it is. Going to the boats.
How are you going to look those Ohio State players in the eyes and say, sorry, you didn't get an A plus?
They got an A.
Okay. That was big in this grader.
So did UConn.
UConn, what did they do?
Sam Houston State also got an A.
What did they do?
As did our friend Fran Brown at Syracuse.
Hell yeah.
That's our
This
guy.
is the worst ranking I've ever heard. I've heard a lot of bad ones.
What you can't even do.
You know who else has got an A?
Missouri.
No.
I-L-L. Okay.
Carrie, let me tell you something. Saw that Carrie Davis in the break room, and I said, "Come, you didn't tell me anything about that Illinois-South Carolina game. I took a little hit, eh?" And he goes, "Well, if you would have talked to me, I would have told you. People don't realize how good Illinois was this year, and guess what? They're going to be even better next year." A lot of guys are sticking around, and I saw, I think it was Pat Forty's, because there's a top 25 out for next year.
Of course.
I think I sent you that.
Why wouldn't there be, since we don't even know who the players will be at this point?
And Illinois is number 9.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And what
Missouri
about
not
Missouri?
ranked.
What grade did they get?
Illinois got an A. What do you think they got?
B plus.
No.
Ooh, I'm gonna go C plus.
No.
Too low. B.
B.
Okay.
That's lame.
That's lame. Did you see Bielema retweeted a list? Somebody did their final rankings, and they didn't have Illinois in the top 25. And I think they had South Carolina 10. And Bielema quote tweeted and said,
way. I got to go check this out.
That's a rage
He
bait
said
thing.
pretty sure we beat number 10. And then people started coming after Bielema, and it had him in a Krispy Kreme outfit eating donuts. A lot of weight jokes. And he went back and forth, and like, dude, you got fired at Arkansas. And he was engaging. And I think one of the guys had 0 followers. And I thought, maybe don't engage. I think the guy's name was Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got a situation here with our Missouri and Illinois coaches in dealing with trolls on Twitter.
I think it was Josh Pate, college football. Somebody who had a lot, like a pretty big following.
And what was he saying?
No, it was his ranking that it excluded Illinois, if I'm getting the story correct.
seems like
I'm looking at it right now.
It was a tweet, and then Bielema chimed in.
Doug, you want to guess who Josh Pate had number 1?
How about Oregon? How about Ohio State?
Yes. See, you can get it if you think. Martin thinks while he reads
I was trying
Caesar
to
column.
I was trying to think stupid and think that there had to be a team better than Ohio State.
Who's number 2? Now you're starting
Notre
to get
Dame.
it. No, that's ridiculous.
Oh, that's stupid of me. Oregon.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm starting to come around.
Is
Notre Dame.
Texas, right?
Oh, gosh.
Who's 4?
Notre Dame.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Is that a new report?
It isn't.
We don't know.
Doug, is Ichiro a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
What? That's last year's report. So that's not a new report on Wheeler.
No, it's yesterday it happened. The day before.
I saw him reporting that, and I wanted to make sure it was a new report or an old report.
It's a new report that he is a Hall of
Because I'm watching
Famer.
him say,
And that pays millions.
It does.
Oh,
about
yeah,
5,
multiple
actually.
millions.
South Carolina is 10. Illinois is not ranked. Brett Bielema, then with a bunch of emojis, the clown emoji prominently featured.
on Wheeler. Mike in New Paltz. What's up, Mike?
Hey.
What's happening?
I just wanted to ask you, is that a new report about Wheeler, or is that last year's report?
We already answered that one, okay? It's last year's report on Wheeler. I said it 10 times so no one got in any way mistook that it was this year's.
I like how the callers get it.
Brett Bielema wrote, thought today was January 22nd. April 1st must have come early this year. We beat number 10, and we must be just out of the top 25. That's him tweeting at Josh Pate, who has a very large college football following, for the record. He's a CBS guy. So that's Brett Bielema.
It did seem like he was trolling Illinois by not putting them in there.
It's so odd. Yeah.
It is. And Bielema, it's probably fun to chime in, but then you do open the door for everybody to come after you. The Krispy Kreme one, he had a headset on holding donuts, was actually kind of funny.
For the reason, for the record, Josh Pate did not have the Fighting Tigers of Missouri ranked.
Okay, he's
but
gone
he
too
did
far.
have Iowa at 24. Now Jackson's men. Now Jackson's
I mean, that seems like a rage bait list. Like to not include
wasn't rage
Of course
bait.
it is.
To like purposely do something like that, like leaving off teams that are
Is
clearly
that a form of engagement farming?
Yes, it's under the engagement
Is that
farming umbrella.
clickbait?
Clickbait would be like the top of the umbrella, whatever they call that top of it. And then right under that,
new report.
under that would be engagement farming, and then there's a bunch of different stuff within there, clip farming, and then certainly rage bait, which this is, leaving off.
It is.
Illinois is much more egregious, like completely leaving them off.
But
Missouri too.
if you're going to get any attention for these rankings, you have to do something crazy. Otherwise, no one pays
How
attention
is
to it.
Elia not chiming in? I can't believe that.
Good question. He's probably because he's out there curtain. Dump
Curtain
truck.
season. So that's a new report.
And yet we read every one of these rankings.
They're too good.
I was surprised that guy was pretty legit, like huge.
Josh
fan.
Pace.
I didn't know that.
I've listened to him. And Jackson Chairman, we're all college football nerds.
I see him on Twitter. I don't think I've ever listened to any of his content.
Just nerds in general. I agree with you on
I
that.
agree,
Now that you mentioned it, it could have saved some time. And I listened to the podcast, and there's something about it that just doesn't do it for me. But he knows his stuff. That's for sure. But I don't know if he's engagement farming, rage baiting. I don't know all these terms.
That list seems like some rage bait because you're going to get people really upset, and that will bring the engagement.
Could have an editor who crumples up. Do it again. Leave somebody out that's not going to be happy. Who's likely to come after Bielema? He'll come after you. Take out Illinois.
Right, like they always do that with the map of the U.S. and it's like the most popular college football team in every state. And like for Missouri, it'll be like Missouri State, and that's just that's rage bait.
Rage bait.
That's rage bait.
All right, fair enough. Doug, tell us where we can podcast this new report.
Well, Jason Gossero is a guy who does not do engagement farming. He does garage door farming.
Nice.
He's with
repair farming.
Right, he's with Schaefer Door Company. Of course. I've got a garage door that's almost 30 years old now. I don't really want to buy a new one. It'll happen sooner or later. But for now, I just like to keep it moving and running and working properly. And that's where Schaefer Door comes in. I've had them out to my house a couple times to nurse this thing back. And they've done just a fantastic job. Boy, I got what I want. I got a garage door that goes up. I got a garage door that goes down. Yes, down. That's what I needed. Schaefer Door, I'm going to spell it for you, SCHAEFER. It's best to call or text them at the following number, 636-782-3608. I'm encouraging you to write that down and tape it up next to your garage door opener. So if you have a problem, you'll just know, oh, yeah, I know who I'm going to call. I'm going to call Schaefer Door, and they will be right out there. And I mean, they'll be there lickety-split. They handle LiftMaster garage door openers. Those are strong, and they're quiet, and they're versatile, but they can service any make or model. I don't know what I have anymore, but they've been able to handle it with no problem at all. And if you run a business or warehouse with big, giant, tall garage doors, Schaefer has experience in those types of jobs as well. The service techs, not commission-based, not going to try to sell you something you don't need. These guys are professional all the way. The number again, 636-782-3608 for Schaefer Door. The website is schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Well, while Doug was telling you about Schaefer Door and the great Jason Gossero, Bill Connolly just released his top 764 college football rankings for the 2024-2025 season.
764?
Is that D1 through
players?
3?
He said it's time. The final college football top 764.
So like WashU is going to be ranked?
He ranked every player?
No. Team. Rank every player would be ridiculous. Rank every team.
64.
That's correct.
Name all 764, Mike.
Doug, if you could.
So, I'm not going to. I don't like this game anymore.
Abilene,
I used to like
Christian,
guessing games. I don't anymore.
In 764, I think we all would have gotten there, is Dean.
Dean?
Howard?
Blandino? Dean University? Or just
it just says Dean.
Oh, okay.
They came in last?
Yeah, they were beat out by Hilbert.
Hilbert.
Rebuilding year for Hartwick.
Boy.
And Eureka.
Oh,
the
nice.
target of St. Louis starter packs.
Old
also,
Eureka?
Unfortunately, this just says Eureka, no reference to new Eureka. Doug, you want to guess who's number one?
Ohio State.
Yes, see, this is easy.
Good.
Number two, it's easy.
Notre Dame.
No. Number 8.
WashU.
Oregon.
No.
Texas. Oh, hell.
Harris Stowe.
Texas.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Penn State.
Drury.
No.
Well,
I don't like the game.
Westminster.
What does it start with?
He stayed chalk by going to Ohio State.
That's right.
But now he's going to throw us for a curve and put like Indiana or Boise State number 2.
No, Indiana's not even in the top 10.
Logan Chiropractic.
Alabama. I don't know. Give me an initial.
OM.
OM. Oh, my God.
Right.
Ohio.
Is that Usher? Is that Usher?
Ohio
OMG. I think that was
Midwestern?
Will.i.am.
Is that Will.i.am or Usher?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
So it's going to be a smaller school that he popped like a D1, D2.
OM, you guys are hitting the wall on this one.
Omaha Wesleyan?
Omaha Wesleyan.
Loves the Twitter tweets.
OM.
Ole Mizzou?
Ole Miss?
Yes!
Oh.
Ole Miss is number 2.
That's right.
Crumple it up. Jesus.
Yeah, that's another rage baiter.
God.
That's rage bait.
So
Yeah, well,
that's Bill Connolly.
between Hilbert and Ole Miss,
He
yeah.
designs the SP Plus model.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So, Jackson, you agree with it then?
I never really liked the SP Plus. I just sooner simulate all the games on NCAA football, the video game.
And then release a ranking based on that?
Sure.
That'd be great if you
About
did
the
that.
same as any other of these.
Do we need any rankings?
I think Dean needed to be put in its place this year.
It's good for Dean.
They're 764th.
Well, I'm sure they're just happy to be ranked. Dean? Who goes to Dean?
We just went through a long regular season and a long playoff. We crowned the winner. We crowned second place. So why do we need rankings to tell us who's first and second place and so on? We don't.
This Dean looks like a beautiful place.
Where's it
Dean College is out east.
Ooh, let's take a guess.
Give me a state.
Dean, can we have initials?
How do you like them apples?
Oh, Boston.
Massachusetts.
Nice.
Private college. Good for you, Ledoux. Franklin, Massachusetts. Bachelor's degrees, associate degrees.
What's it
I feel like
cost
I'm
to
doing a
go?
live read.
What's it cost to go there?
Founded by Oliver Dean.
Yep.
I'll wait till there's McKernan University.
Yep,
Dean named it after himself.
Yep.
Co-Educational Academy, Dean Academy in 1865.
Can I get enrollment if you have that privy?
Stand by.
They're
1,200.
privy.
No, it's
Undergrads, 1,200.
1,200?
Nice, Chairman.
Yeah,
that.
it's like Ledoux High School.
Smaller than a large high school. Right?
Yeah.
Before financial aid, it's going to set you back 66 grand.
Oh, gosh.
All that
It's
for
worth it, though, to be on the 764th ranked
about to
team.
say.
Known as the Bulldogs, the school has 16 athletic teams. They participate in Division III of the NCAA.
Well, rebuilding here, either way. So send your rankings in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that design here.
Oh, Richard Belzer went there, the great comedian.
Oh, is that
Richard
right?
Bell, the Bells.
Was he on Homicide? Was he on Homicide?
I don't know. He passed away recently.
And he was hit by a wrestler, and it led to big litigation. What wrestler did that to him?
Scotty Too Hottie.
I thought that was John Stossel.
Might have been Razor Ramon, the bad guy.
Wow.
Ravishing Rick Rude?
This is in real life or on the show?
Real life.
Yeah.
Because it happened to John
Litigation.
Stossel, too, and he made like $300,000 or $400,000 off it.
I know Richard Belzer. He's the king of the transition glasses. Him and the skipper.
Funny guy, and then he moved to France. I think he got sideways with the U.S. and lived in France.
the WWE.
Richard Belzer. Oh, we got Broderick Crawford, Academy Award-winning actor. That's for you, Jackson.
Yeah. Nice. All the Academy takes
it
later.
says Craig Dickerson, sportscaster. I don't know what market.
He's in Tulsa. He's doing HD2. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. A wonderful gentleman, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. This is TMA, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Another great service from Together Credit Union. We're talking mortgage loans, which can be complicated. Together Credit Union here to walk you through the entire process. It's your hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union with the home loan solution for every buyer. Fixed rate, adjusted rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans. They have it all. Get in on the action. Whether you're buying for the first time, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage, Together Credit Union here for you. Even have specialty loans like the FHA, union member mortgages, and community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union understands the mortgage loan business can be complicated. Going to help you through the entire process. All in-house, all here in St. Louis. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The finalists for the Associated Press 2024 NFL MVP Awards have been announced. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson are your finalists. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett of Ladue, class of 2016, is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Now, we've got a couple of, we've got a, Doug, do you mind me using the term dichotomy?
I don't care for it much.
Friend of the program, coworker, Josh Schertz, gets a great win last night after LaSalle missed 20 straight shots, 3 to finish off the first half, 17 to start the second half. Here's what he had to say, and then I'm going to give you the dichotomy will be another head basketball coach that you'll be familiar with. Why don't you take a listen?
All right. I thought we competed our brains out defensively, and that's really hard to do when you're stinking it up offensively. And we were missing a ton of shots, and that was a game. 6 weeks ago we lose. If you would have told me before the game, we'd go 7 for 33 from 3. Gibb and Swope would go 5 for 24, and we turned over 18 times. I would have said we're absolutely getting hammered. And to win that game by double figures just, I think, shows the growth. That game will not be headed to Springfield. It's not going to be a Hall of Fame type game, but it's a good win.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that. They had the shooting performance they had from Jimerson and Swope, and they win by double digits. That speaks to some quality defense. So even though, as he said, it wasn't pretty, it got the job done, and it was a much bigger lead until right at the end, and LaSalle cut it down to 10. Now, on the other side of things, somebody who I'm not sure would come in studio with us once every couple of weeks,
maybe not,
is two-time defending champion Dan Hurley. Jackson, what do we have going on here?
So the cameras yesterday in their the UConn game, or maybe two nights ago, I can't remember.
Doug, was it yesterday?
I can't remember.
Tuesday night, I believe.
Tuesday night, caught him. The lip readers caught him saying to the ref, "Don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in the effing sport."
Martin, did you say that at St. Clement when St. Gabriel?
I did. Doc Hartenbach was working the game, the Zebra, and I said, "Don't you turn your back on me.
Yes, I'm
the best associate head coach at the B-level CYC in the Northwest District. Stop it."
So he was asked about it following the game, and this was his response.
I think TV got you saying something like, "Don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in."
Did I say that?
Clip that off.
I'm going to sound like an asshole here. So, the TV likes me, camera.
God.
I bet you I'm going to have the GAs. I'll release it to the media too. What was the game on today? It was on FS1. I just wish they'd put the camera on the other coach more. But I just wish they would show these other coaches losing their minds at the officials in other Big East games that I'm coaching, where I look going into a timeout when I'm not talking to officials. I see the other coaches as demonstrative as I am. But, the camera, obviously, I've created this for myself. I'm not no victim. But I just wish that they would not have the camera on me 90% of the time.
No.
Unless they feel like it's driving ratings. And more assholes on Twitter that could put clips of me from a game and say, "Yeah, look how big of a monster he is. He's yelling at a ref again." What a monster.
Stop yelling at refs.
Why is he talking like he's on NPR?
I feel like I was calling a 1-900 number in 1988. Doug, it was very seductive.
It was soft.
What a monster.
He really likes himself, too, doesn't he?
You know about me?
Well, no. Well, that's another topic, but the camera's not on the other coach because he's not going bombastic.
Well, he's saying they do it, but they just don't show it. He's a bit of a victim of his own success. Right. He's just so damn good. He can't help it.
It's hard to root for that team.
ratings?
It's hard to root for that team when he's such a jackwagon on the sidelines.
Drives ratings, shots of Dan Hurley.
Yeah,
what were we on tonight, FS1?
I can.
What do we got, Peacock tomorrow? Yeah.
I can sympathize a little with screaming. I've done my fair share of yelling at some refs.
At the JCC, Jackson will be screaming at people.
No, I don't scream at them.
Game?
No, we just talk it
Rec
over.
Thursday night rec league. This guy's a monster.
No, I'm not like Hurley. I'm not. Don't turn your back on me. I have 13 points tonight. But there's a fine line. And like earlier this season, they lost a game because of him screaming at an official and getting a tech late in the game. So proof's in the pudding.
Doesn't sound like the best coach in the business to me. When you cost your team a game because you can't control your own behavior.
I mean, he went back to back.
Doug, caller John wants to talk it over about a team that's gone back to back. He is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. John, good morning. Welcome to the Morning After.
Have you guys got any update on injuries on the Chiefs?
Doug?
Well, I can check that if you give me just a second.
What was it, Doug? What was the question?
An update on the Chiefs' injuries.
Okay. I didn't speak, John.
Well, who are you worried about?
No, nobody. I don't know. I didn't check the news the last couple of weeks or the last couple of days. You know what I mean?
It's a bit like the Rich Gould.
Somebody got hurt, or or is somebody lingering, or?
I think they're all good to go. The injury report from yesterday said Patrick Mahomes, Juwan Taylor, Jalen Watson, Mike Caliendo, all full participants in practice. They've been nursing injuries. Looks like everybody's good to go.
Good. And Sunday we'll win that game, and then win the ninth. We'll take that trophy home again.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
They may take the trophy home again. A lot of fans hoping they'll do just that around here.
Hello, Vivian. We're just going to keep it then.
You a big Chiefs fan, are you?
Oh, I was a Rams fan for the longest time. I lived in St. Louis, like that.
Yeah.
But the way he treated the fans over here in St. Louis, lying and everything. And you know who I'm talking about, Kroenke.
Right.
Not you, Doug.
Not you, Doug.
John, what's your are you taking questions, John?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. What's your favorite part of the show? I know you listen, which is great. We're blessed.
Oh, with the Chiefs, you say?
Or that. No, what's your favorite part of this show? What do you enjoy the most? Because we talk some Chiefs.
I enjoy all of it. I like the argument you guys get into, and then you turn it like it sounds like an argument, but you're giving the news and you're having a good time doing it. And nobody's getting PO'd about anything. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good summary. That's a really good
promo. Run that as a promo.
Hey,
Jackson.
Hey, Caesar, right about that.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
Good, thanks.
It sounds like he's going to chew a dog or something like that. He's big and bushy on 2 feet.
Oh, gosh.
Should I dump that? I couldn't.
I got to be honest with you.
He said,
my subtitles went up.
He said we're not going to chew a dog.
Okay.
You chew a lot of dogs, John?
Hot dogs. How about that?
Yeah.
There.
Pivot.
John, thank you so much for the phone call. Best of luck to you. And
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, John.
I really
John,
enjoyed
friend
John.
of the program.
No, the Chiefs are all good to go.
I got John
Every
and
player participating.
Pestis in like a bracket. I'm trying to. I don't know who I got
Well, then
advanced.
you got Chris too. Wants them to show off Mason Wynn by putting him at second, or shelf him. So
Was that Chris? Who doesn't talk to anybody but Jackson? Is that Pestis?
Chris.
Oh, yeah,
That was
Chris.
Okay, Chris.
Sandman is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he says he knows you, Martin?
I think this has come up. It's been a while. Sandman, welcome. How are you? Please speak clearly. I'm having trouble hearing these last few calls.
I understand, sir. We're not getting any younger, so we like to lose all those qualities that we had when we were younger. But my question for you is, the Blues, it started to catch a little fire, and then my favorite new guy, Proberg, says he slammed into the boards. You guys hear anything? Did the MRI come back negative or any
I think
news on that?
Jim Montgomery should be talking in about a half hour. I've been looking to see if our buddy Rutherford, Luke Horak, the gang have no updates yet, but I think folks were concerned, had to be helped off the ice at the end of Wednesday's practice. Philip Broberg.
Oh, yeah, huge steal for Armstrong from Edmonton. Yeah, I like where the boys are going. I mean, the Western Conference is tough. But, all you got to do is get in, and then, you guys know about hockey. Get a hot goaltender, and you can ride them all the way to the cup.
Yeah. You think you got a chance to win the cup this year?
Well, I don't know. At this time, not really. I'm not. I'm a Blues fan, but I'm not that crazy of a Blues fan. I'm realistic.
Right.
The Proberg thing will hurt tremendously, but hopefully he got 2 weeks off with the break, so that if it's anything serious, that maybe those 2 weeks will be good for healing. But no, the Blues, I always love the Blues. Armstrong's the best. People like to knock him, but I tell them, you don't get put in charge of the Canadian team if you don't know what you're doing. So
I actually kind of agree with that. When I'm wondering, is he doing a good job? And they're like, boy, he's always in charge of the national Canadian team, which is unbelievably a big honor.
That's unbelievable, right? All right, fellas, keep up.
Thanks,
the good
man.
work.
Thank you. There's the Sandman.
All right, thank you,
The
Sandy.
Collier and Thompson phone lines. These phone lines are hot, Doug.
Tim, can I do a quick Richard Belzer update? I mentioned that
so much in this segment, so much meat on the bone.
I know. I don't know if I like the show or hate the show.
Pele Blanco says that was clearly Coach Shirts.
That was just
not.
Calling in.
That would be so. Oh my god. Oh my god. That'd be the greatest thing ever.
He actually emails in as Danny Tanner. I found out.
Mike, just do it.
Just plops.
I don't know if I like the show or hate the show, but my open tabs include Bonnie Franklin, One Day at a Time, Audrey Hepburn, Mike Matheny, Dean College, and Richard Belzer. Richard Belzer studied at what was previously known as Dean Junior College, but was expelled.
He got thrown out.
So I don't think the Bells can be listed as an alum for the 764th best football team
That's
in
a
America.
shot at Tim, because he didn't graduate.
Thank you.
Oh, that's true.
8 hours left. Why do all these jamokes sound like they're about to hack up a lung? It's from the Veiled Prophet.
I really like John, but he sounded like he had a mouthful of honey.
Mouthful of honey.
Well, he has the Hunter S. Thompson kind of affectation, which I like.
That was Johnny Depp, Doug?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fear and Loathing.
A little bit like Rich Gould on Friday.
I think it didn't work Fridays. Oh, you're talking about
When he
Friday on the
phoned
show.
in and he was a little groggy from waking him up.
I did hear that he could not get off the phone, and I found that to be quite humorous.
Oh, that's right. You weren't here.
I wasn't here. Yeah,
you missed that.
It was unbelievable.
Well, if that wouldn't have happened if I was here, because
Wow, a shot at Chairman Kurt.
I didn't take that as a shot.
No. If anything, I should do that more often. Like leave the people just kind of on without them knowing.
I'm just glad Uncle Rich didn't go in a different direction when he realized he wasn't hanging up.
Exercise that dump button.
If only the media in this town had the balls to ask the questions these TMA callers do. That's from Don Peepee. He likes that we're held accountable. Email in your thoughts on the call-in segment. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. It's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Yeah, it's 27 degrees today, but guess what? Doug, how's this sound? Next week, I got highs in the 50s for you.
Nice.
And the
Great.
sun's shining bright. Here we go. Yeah. The azaleas are blooming in Augusta, Georgia, as we're just a few days away from the Masters.
Whoa, geez, we're a couple months away from the Masters, aren't we?
This is how I psychologically get myself through January and February.
Okay.
Design Air is Seth Goldcamp. He's fourth generation online at designairservice.com. And Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client. And Seth's been the longest running sponsor on TMA. We recommend you go to designairservice.com should you have any issues with your heating system. It's Design Air, Heating and Cooling. Martin, you got an onboarding meeting that...
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I do. And I just found an old text. And by old, I mean 5 minutes ago. There's been 1,000 since then. But for college on, it's this tweeter's dad from Yellowstone fame.
The daughter of Michael Landon played the role of Tweeter, and boy, was she tough to understand.
She would say at the fair, she wanted her fella to win her the bar. And they're like, the bear? No, I want the bar.
Like Nell.
Yeah, so the saying is this tweeter's dad, to me, is the text of the day. And now I'll go on board.
Congratulations. Martin's going to go onboarding. Chairman Kurt's going to slide up onto the dais. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, Doug, I don't know why Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings is saying this in the YouTube chat, but he says, why the sudden callers from Webster Groves? He thought Sandman and Caller John are Webster Groves
How does he
statesmen?
know that?
That's Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings in the YouTube chat.
I think Chalamet is going to pick himself a piece of hardware up in March. He's He's on the nominee list. He's going to for actor in a leading role, and I think he's going to win.
What about Demi Moore? She was nominated, Doug. What a moment that would be if Demi Moore would win for 1995 Striptease.
Or 2024 is The Substance. I think it should be Mikey Madison, but the
You think it'll be Mikey Madison?
I don't know.
She's 25, and so they don't like giving Oscars to younger people.
What about
Especially
Jennifer Lawrence, J-Law?
Yeah, that's like, there's rare examples, but they love giving it to people who like won't have another chance. And Demi Moore likely, I don't know, 60 years old.
You think this is going to be a
legacy
Oscar?
Vote?
A legacy Oscar. Doug, do you think she deserves it for The Substance or should Mikey Madison?
I think it's, especially if they give Chalamet Best Actor, I don't think they're going to go young, even though that would be awesome to have Mikey Madison and Chalamet win.
No, you're
younger
age-shaming.
No, but like it's like younger people should be celebrated too. Like if they're putting out outstanding
How about
efforts.
the best one get it?
Yes,
the best
Mikey Madison and
performance.
Chalamet to me are the best. But I haven't seen The Brutalist. I'm seeing this weekend. I'll give my review Monday.
Okay.
This is why you invest in goodorBad.com.
I don't
This is
invest.
why I wired $1.75 million without ever seeing a monetization strategy.
And with the nominee list coming out, it pretty much confirms that Wicked will not win Best Picture. Phew.
You're happy about that?
Yeah.
What was wrong with it?
In fairness, I didn't see it. I just don't think.
What are you doing with the shite?
But you have to think, like, my rationale is...
I've got to retain counsel, I think.
I don't think the first part of a musical adaptation should be winning Best Picture. Like, that's not what we should be celebrating. Their Oscar is making, like, $1 billion. That
What
should
about
be
La La Land?
Moonlight was better. But I love that movie.
Like that, of course, with Ryan Gosling singing all over town.
Stone. Yeah. Damien Chazelle, young director. Really good.
So you don't like when the olds win?
Not true at all. Not true at all. But I think, like, when it's like a legacy thing where it's like, well, we should give it because they're never going to get another chance. I think that's pretty lame.
So you will be mad when Demi Moore is announced
No,
as the
because she was
best-
great. I just
She
thought
best
Mikey-
actress or supporting actress?
Actress, lead.
You want people blackballed from acting at, what, age 50 or
Nonsense.
so?
I really love The Substance. It's a great movie. And she was really great in it. I just think Mikey Madison was better.
And Andy McDowell's daughter emerges from her back?
Margaret Qualley, who was not nominated in Best Supporting, which I thought was odd.
Do you have a problem when somebody emerges from somebody's back?
Could happen in real life.
You would hate this movie.
Yeah, I'm sure I would.
You would absolutely hate this movie.
Why do you say Doug had hated?
It's pretty gross. Like it's kind of
Doug loves Saw.
Yeah. Which of the 10 are your favorite saws, and which is your favorite?
I don't know what you mean
game
by
they have to play to
saw.
not kill themselves.
All these people are getting cut by saws?
Well, there's one where a guy has to like pull a needle out of his own eyeball. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Body horror. I'm
Let's
not
not
into
just
it.
do mindless violence for no reason or
They made
anything.
a ton of money. That's why they made them. James Wan. Shout out to James Wan.
Don't shout out to Wandy.
You don't know what we're talking about. I do know who this is. This is what it says for segment 10-1 on the dossier, Doug. You haven't read. You get the printed copy. I'm on the cloud. Bob does sports audio. I have joked before, but I have noticed a serious hive for the return of the HBO show Arliss.
That's true.
What in the world
There's a
does
big
that
there's a
mean?
big Arliss hive.
What do you
out
mean a
there.
hive?
Like group of people who really want Arliss to come back.
Like the Beehive
Really?
for Queen Bee,
Indeed.
Beyonce.
Yes.
And now there's a Robert Wool hive.
Yeah, bring back Wool and Arliss.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. He's like 30 years old.
That has
And
nothing
he
to do with
emerges from the back of
Kevin
Beyonce?
Costner and Bull Durham, pitching coach.
It's like I'm with Aaron Rodgers enjoying ayahuasca in Costa Rica. I don't know what's going on.
I don't either,
I'm just going to start vomiting. All right, so what is it? Bob does sports
Yeah,
audio ties
different.
into Arliss.
No, it doesn't. That was completely separate. That was just me clearing the deck. The BDS audio is really funny, though.
BDSM audio.
It's not
All
BDSM.
Bob audio.
Yeah.
Who is Bob?
Bobby Fairways. He is the lead of Bob Does Sports, a very popular golf YouTube channel. And he had a run-in with Rory McIlroy yesterday, and he details it in this audio. If you'd like to hear it, Doug.
Yeah, so go ahead, hit the lever.
Just ran into Rory McIlroy at the gas station down here in Jupiter, pump 4, Exxon Mobil. I saw him, and immediately my brain just went to, I'm going to get him on Bob Does Sports. Never occurred to me that maybe this guy has no f***ing idea what Bob Does Sports is. Guy's trying to win majors Probably doesn't have time to watch 3 ass clowns see how many donuts they can eat in 9 holes. And I just rolled down the window and said, "Hey, Rory, would love to have you on the show sometime." And he was a deer in headlights. I said, "You ever hear of Bob Does Sports?" He said, "No." I didn't really know where to go from there.
No.
It's like an accountant pulling up next to him and just saying, "Hey, Rory, would love to have you come by the office sometime." Then all I just said, "Well, I'm going to head over to Publix, get a pub sub, but thanks for all you do for YouTube, Rory." Meant to say golf, said YouTube. Bet your bottom dollar you'll never see Rory McIlroy on the show. Who the do I think I am? So now I'm just drowning myself in chicken tortilla soup, because that was a miserable interaction, and it's all self-inflicted. That guy's got to be thinking, what a fucking jerk. And he'd be right.
Doug, that's Bob Does Sports rolled up to Rory McIlroy. It's the Exxon Mobil in Jupiter, Pump 4, and asked him to be on the show. Rory said no.
Yeah, he
and then
know who he
clearly was not familiar with Bob Does Sports.
Right. Well, I'm not either. I guess you guys are.
You would like
Fairways.
I think you would like it. I mean, it's like, so the YouTube golf thing.
Remember
is like,
we beat Chris Nagel?
Yeah, it's similar to that. Like, you mic up a bunch of guys and they go play golf and hang out. And they get pros on
and
all
the way
the time.
you beat the pro is you slow his game down to the point of frustration.
He
and
just wants out of there.
Do you believe Rory that he has no idea who that is?
Yes.
Yeah.
He later, so Bob posted that on Instagram, and Rory commented on it saying, like, "Yeah, not your best moment." It was good. It was good back and forth. But I think it's great. I think more sports should be doing stuff like that.
Hey, callers, finish eating your bowl of slop before you call in. That's some old Woody, and he wasn't happy with the callers eating bowls of slop.
What is that? Oatmeal?
Yeah, hot cereal.
Porridge.
Old Woody.
Porridge.
Old Woody.
Doug, cream of wheat.
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
What's your favorite?
It's a nice texture.
surprised.
It's a nice texture. Now, what does that mean, Chairman? What does that mean?
You ever had oatmeal? You don't like oatmeal?
I've had oatmeal, but I'm not about to put porridge in my mouth.
Oh,
Is that just corn mash? I'm not really sure what
I don't know
porridge
that
is.
I've ever had porridge.
It seems like something you would eat like in Hooverville.
In a fairy tale.
Doug, you want to do a cooking video and make some porridge?
It's not a bad idea.
I guess
That'd be
we
fun.
could. I guess we
It
could.
comes out like slate gray. I'm out.
You've had it?
I've seen it.
Porridge.
I think it's big in Jamaica. Actually.
I don't think I've ever seen it on a menu anywhere.
I don't think there's a lot of places specializing in porridge and hot cereal.
No, but some people would order it just because it's on the menu.
Yeah, that's fair.
Guys, malto meal is the correct answer. Thanks. That's from the Veiled Prophet. You know, he hosts that ball.
Right.
What's with this guy's Oscar nominations? This is supposed to be sports, not Siskel and Ebert. WTF? It's from the 3-1.
Fair.
You'll live.
It was a wonderful breakdown of the Oscar nominations and Demi Moore getting a legacy Oscar.
I love Demi Moore, by the way. Shout out to Demi Moore.
You just think she's too old to win any awards.
I just thought Mikey Madison was sublime. Truly. Like, it really
sure
was
where he's
awesome.
going with that either.
Sublime. That's so good. That's such a condescending adjective. It's awesome.
Well, they're not condescending at Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They'll be thrilled to take care of you and your car needs, even if you are a little bit older. They'll take care of everybody. They've taken care of me, and I'm a little older, but they take care of young people too. What am I saying? They take care of everybody at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They've got a great line of new and used cars available. You can browse their website, see what they've got, or head on out there and take a look yourself. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com are the websites. They're also fantastic at fixing your car, and that's going to come up for everybody sooner or later. And they have a special number that they want our listeners to have. So when you call, you get straight to the muckety-mucks, and you get any problem you have solved quickly. Here's that number. I'll give it presently. 314-252-0029. That's right. 314-252-0029. That is a number that'll help you reach Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganesk or Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They want to make sure our listeners have accessibility to the people that run the company and can make sure that you are well taken care of. They'll take care of everybody at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Well, friend of the program, Jeremy Rutherford says Bob Probert / Philip Broberg is on the ice with the Blues this morning.
All right. Great to hear. It's a nice update.
How about that? How about that? So that'll hopefully...
But on the ice and playing can be two different things.
Second one out on the ice, according to Lou Korak.
Okay.
Iggy wants to comment, tweeted at him, creepy.
Doug? Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I remember that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in something creepy for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Olton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Our presenting sponsor on this program is Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides in for Martin Kilcoyne as he is in this onboarding process with Hubbard. Doug gets it's usually about a 6-7 month deal.
It sounds like it could go on for a year or more.
We just got to make sure you get everything right.
A lot of paperwork.
So Chairman Kurt slides right in.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that. And then we have this Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in which the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is trying to make history. 3 more wins in the month of January, and she wins the month and becomes the first ever lady to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the month. I know we're going to be doing a lot of press if that happens.
Yeah,
right.
So if you do want to interview me and Doug, try to book through our PR people.
And keep it to a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Really. Maybe 2 questions.
The Ledoux patch has exclusivity.
Do they?
Would you guys ever do that Hot Ones, the chicken wing show?
Sure. Are you going to do it?
I would, if I was invited. I'd love to. But it seems like that would really ruin your day. I don't do well with spicy food. So.
Is that right, really?
Not like that spicy.
You know, watch this, Doug. Spices is nice.
Yeah, I see that.
But there's like a...
This is a show where they see how hot you can stand food.
No, the most famous one being the Sidney Sweeney episode. Conan O'Brien.
Conan's way up there, yeah. So what it is, Doug, is it's 10 questions, 10 wings, and each wing gets spicier up to the point where it's like the world's spiciest hot sauce on it. And so by the end, the person, the interviewee, is just dying. One guy tried doing it in reverse order and found out quick that that's a bad idea.
Oh, is that right?
Because you got to
ease that palate in.
You got to work your way into it. They said he was on the toilet for the next like 3 hours.
Oh,
I just don't like the toilet humor. I got to go home and explain that to my kids.
I'll explain it.
Is the hottest spice that
you do
like
FaceTime with them tonight?
Yeah, sure.
Carolina
Reaper.
Yeah,
I think it's like
That's
that,
the
like
hottest.
Pepper X.
Don't fear the Reaper.
I don't know why anyone would enjoy that.
Though at
Why they
that
even
level,
make it?
That's like a gag.
Pepper X.
Is that
average
right?
heat level of 2.6 million Scoville.
Yeah.
Scoville.
Oh, I hate Scovilles.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like Tabasco, like is comparatively is like what? Some way low in the Scoville numbers, and so 2.6 million.
What the hell is Scoville? Why is he chirping?
He was ranked 750 in the college rankings.
Tabasco is 2,500 to 5,000 Scovilles.
Right. So yeah, somewhere in there, and then 2.6 million is
Sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah, Jesus.
Just who wants it?
My girlfriend got me a Hot One sampler pack that just had the first 2 sauces and the last dab. And I got to tell you, that last dab is an incredibly wild experience. That's from the 314.
That's the last sauce.
Why not just put acid on the sauce? Boy, that sure is hot.
I mean,
my mouth is gone.
I think it was Jordan Peele or Keegan Michael Key was like, this tastes like battery acid. Like, this is the worst
sure
thing
it
I've ever
does.
tasted.
Did you run into any trouble when you were in Jamaica with food that was maybe a little spicier than you anticipated?
Not really.
I stopped at a little chicken shack, and they asked me 1 to 10, what did I want? And I like it spicy, so I said 7. They said, you do not want 7.
Oh, really?
7's too hot?
I went down to a 3, and I just sat perspiring
There you go.
over my plate for the entire meal. It was ridiculous.
Doug, you know what I like? I'll tell you exactly what I
What do
like.
you
That
like?
Chuck's Hot Chicken. Anybody do that Chuck's Hot Chicken?
I haven't.
I'll hit the one on Manchester. Is that Rock Hill Nurse?
Yeah,
Nurse?
for sure.
And I went up to a 5 one time,
Ooh, I've never done that.
and I was whimpering. Take a listen to this.
That's the sound you made when you ate it? Do they have like a 0?
Usually I'll just get the 3, mild. And I'm like, spices is nicest.
Okay.
And then 3 minutes later,
Hey, Doug, I'm hot.
Oh. No, that's not for me. I don't care. I don't enjoy food at all if it's hot and spicy.
guys, just do a TMA Hot Ones. That's from the 217.
I actually thought about that for social media stuff. I don't know who would participate, but
I'm in.
I'd do it. I mean, it'd be really tough.
What do you mean?
Towards the end, like that, I think that would really, like, people would talk about, like, they start, like, tripping, like they're on mushrooms.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it spicy, so if you wanted to change roles, I could eat and you could.
I'll be Sean Evans.
Sure.
All right.
Well, you went out with Melissa Stratton.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He's a Chicago guy.
Can you drink milk
I think
to
she's
get the really
saying for Anna Girl.
the hot stuff out of
Yes,
your...
they have milk on the side. Yeah.
Okay.
You drink cow's milk or you onto the nut milks?
I don't really drink milk.
You ever put your hands somewhere
I
you
don't
shouldn't
either.
have after you cut up some jalapenos or something?
I never cut up jalapenos or
Oof,
something.
I made that mistake before.
Really?
That's a mistake you only make once.
Okay. Well, you rub your eye or something after?
We're going south of the equator.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
That'll teach you a
I'm
lesson.
going to have to explain that to my kids. We'll do a FaceTime with Jackson at 7 and then Chairman at 7:30. Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program, and we're grateful for their support. Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen. They come in on the show on Tuesdays, talk it over with us. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. They're local, founded in 1979, and they are still here. And they just built brand new offices right across from Ragazzi's, right?
Yeah.
And I'll go to that Adriana's. I get the Nana special, I'll be honest. I hate to get personal here on the air, but I'm going to do it. That's what I get. And I'll be like, oh, there's Brown & Crouppen right there. I visited those offices. Great offices, local, investing in the city, proud of the community. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, or the number is as follows. Pretty easy to remember. 314-222-2222. 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and not should be based solely on advertisements. Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor here of TMA. Well, we got we got a lot of emails that got into the filtered file today.
Yeah.
Including the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So here she is. She can lower the magic number to 2, but
breaking barriers.
Buck Swope is lurking, and you know he wants this. You know he wants to prevent history. He's like Chairman Ridley, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is Martha Burke, and he wants to keep this a men's-only club.
Okay.
Can he do it? We'll find out in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff. Autoplex Blues back in action tonight, taking on VGK right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame starts at 6 p.m. The puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt slides in for Martin Kilcoyne here in the 10 o'clock hour. BK and Ferrario coming up at 11, the Fast Lane at 2 o'clock. And at 6 p.m., pregame for the Blues and Golden Knights, puck drop at 7 p.m. Doug, let's see if we can get back-to-back wins against VGK.
Wouldn't that be nice? It's one of the best teams in hockey.
Also, if you parlayed back-to-back wins for the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, you're ready for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay. My goodness.
Something to note here, and I wonder about it. A lot of emails in today, and a lot of them, outside of from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, are from men.
Trying to knock her off her perch.
And that's what I wonder about.
Yeah.
If there's a concerted effort at Log Cabin, the Bogey Club,
right,
some men's card room that meat and potatoes guys like me and you, Doug, and the chairman couldn't get into, but Jackson knows where these places are.
Sure.
There's a concerted effort to keep the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom out of the elite club that is the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month Championship standings. But that's where we are. Is that where we are in 2025?
I think
is
a
that
lot of
commentary?
I think a lot of people are still unhappy that women were given the right to vote.
And so they emailed into the show.
Yes.
Whitlock.
Is that a Jason Whitlock reset out of nowhere?
It sounded like
Look it up.
Look it up.
Did he say that? He didn't say that. Come on.
Look it up.
You and Jackson ought to do a QFTA.
He didn't say that. He did say that?
I don't know.
I'm looking it up now.
Jackson is frozen after his Whitlock reset. And I don't know if this is like, it's like when you're doing the Sports Center update and you couldn't remember who the Rams beat in the NFC Championship. And I don't know if I should jump in or if you're really just delaying the take like Jim Rome used to. Doug, he would say something and then he would pause for 5 seconds and you go, Travis, step in. He's having a stroke. And then you go, and the Clippers won as well.
Oh.
And you go, oh, okay, he's fine. That's what he's doing. All right, here we go. We Facebook official now that we've shared a chastity cage, boy? I leaned over to take a bite of the tuna salad spilling out of his Jory Sandsabelt joggers and noticed he had thickened and seasoned it with discharge created by rubbing our landing strips together furiously for 6 minutes. Howdy, sailor new in town? Makes me think, Doug. Makes me secrete lust directly into his depends.
Okay.
Thanks. That's from Day Holes to Night Holes 6.
Poor email. Day holes to night holes 6.
This show's ridiculous.
Yes.
Where's my incessant complaining about St. Louis sports? Why is there no Battlehawk talk? They've done so much recently. No talk about the Steamers? You guys don't even talk about Viz basketball. Stephanie Sparks is someone who we need to hear from. Who's Stephanie Sparks?
I don't know, but we need to hear from her.
Not only that, I've heard zero coverage of the up-and-coming freshman baseball team at Priory. They do have a nice club. I thought you morons covered sports. And then we have Libby Jack, who refuses to read the Blues game start time for 8 ESPN updates in a row. It's disgraceful. I thought this was St. Louis. All this show is sex jokes and talking about how hot Doug is. And that isn't wrong. The more I think about it, he'd be a great man to take out to a nice dinner at Napoli 3, hit the streets of St. Charles, potentially hit the casino before retiring to a suite. Oh, only one bed? Who would have guessed? I'd love to get a tasty bite of that manwich, Doug.
Okay, that's enough.
Poppy, thinking about it gets me going. That's from Bozo McGee.
Bozo McGee.
Stephanie Sparks, head coach at Viz.
There you go. Jackson, how come she hasn't been booked on the program? That's kind of on you.
My bad.
Not bad. Got an email issue, Doug.
Oh, well.
Yeah, my email format just switched on me.
Well, I hope we can get another one because I haven't heard a winner yet.
I can sign into...
No, don't worry.
All right.
Oh, what's going on, then? I saw you at the coffee shop the other day. You were sitting at the corner table engrossed in a book. Your strong build giving off an air of confidence that made it hard to look away. I couldn't help but notice the way you pushed your glasses up the bridge of your nose and the way you smiled at the barista. It was the kind of smile that made the whole place feel warmer. I caught a little whiff of Jeffco as I walked by to sit down, but it wasn't too overwhelming. I was the one who kept glancing over, trying to muster up the courage to say something, but my heart raced, and the words just wouldn't come. There was something about your demeanor that spoke of patience and wisdom, like you had once taught a classroom full of eager minds. You seemed passionate, grounded, like you could offer more than just a moment's attention. I regret not coming over to share a smile or a conversation. I kept imagining what it would be like to discuss life, literature, or whatever sparked your interest. Maybe we could have shared a laugh over coffee or exchanged witty banter that lingered in the air. If you ever find this, I hope you'll respond. I'd love to find out if the spark I felt was real and maybe turn that glance into something more. Doug, that comes from Tim's Tiny Pincers.
Tim's Tiny Pincers. He's new.
I like all the new folk.
Was he writing to KG?
Chairman, I mean, were you, it sounds like they might have been describing you.
Engrossed in a book. I haven't read a book since like 03, so it couldn't have been me.
What a live read for the education system.
Real. It's like in 05. Is that were you graduating class of 05?
03.
03.
The last time I traveled south of Manchester, I had my tradesman's entrance rinsed clean by a Kirkwood Townie at Ice and Fuel.
Oh,
after the tenderloin medallions from Citizen Kane's. Why I like that Citizen Kane's.
Then you go to Ice and Fuel after.
I like Ice and Fuel
with some buffalo wings.
You see, it wasn't the first time a stranger cleaned my guest bed, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. That's the night I met my first husband. He was somewhat in shape compared to all the other losers. The standard 40 by 28 pant.
Oh,
Weeble Wobble?
That is a Weeble Wobble.
40 by 28. Can't find those off the rack.
You're telling me.
Those are your dimensions, bro?
The inseam is correct. The waist is a little high.
The standard
28?
Something like that.
Okay.
The standard 40 by 28 pant and a tack-sized ween to match. But in all honesty, who cares about his metrics when the Amex still swipes and the monogramming business stays afloat just to keep my public image strong so I don't get the stink eye from Ruth in the carpool line. Like I don't know that's vodka in your Lily Pulitzer tumbler, Ruth. Any hoodles. Any of you blokes heading over to Clayton Restaurant Week with love. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
About the metrics if the Amex keeps swiping.
Is that a lyric?
That sounds like a Drake line.
A letter from Grandpa Licks. My dearest spicy winter, as I sip my morning Darjeeling? Thank you.
What is that?
I needed Ledoux to come in and provide the same.
Wes Anderson.
And admired the view of my koi pond, each fish hand-selected and fluent in French.
The fish?
Mm-hmm. I just read what's in the teleprompter.
Fair.
A thought struck me. Does South County know the wonders of avocado toast yet? Or are they all still buttering their bread with a generous helping of nostalgia? I hear South County boasts an impressive collection of buy one, get one free establishments. How resourceful. Must be charming to visit a steakhouse that also sells fireworks.
Oh.
I imagine dinner with a sparkler finale adds a certain rustic charm. I must admit, I envy the sense of adventure. It takes a bold spirit to conquer those labyrinth strip malls where every entrance seems to lead to another payday loan office or Pizza Hut buffet. Such resilience. Do send my regards to the fine people of South County. I trust they're doing splendidly and will soon make advancements in indoor chandeliers. Yours in genteel bemusement. That's from Grandpapa Licks.
Grandpapa Licks.
Done.
Guys, Plops here. I'm 100% on board with what Doug was saying back in the 8 o'clock hour. We should absolutely partner with the Knights of Columbus to have a men's calendar model search. You said that in the 8 o'clock hour?
Maybe not today, maybe another day.
We could do it at the new South County Hot Shots. We were there, and it's a beautiful facility.
Nice place.
Yeah. And all the cutest Knights from South County area would come out, walk around a catwalk with their shirts off while we play techno music. And all of us guys would cheer in the crowd and whistle and throw hosannas at them. The top 12 cutest Knights of Columbus would then obviously be featured on the wall calendar, and then we sell the calendars outside the grocery store like Girl Scouts. It's a fantastic idea, Doug, and the men from my KOC chapter, I like that. That's kind of a shorthand for Knights of Columbus. KOC chapter already getting excited. Herb and Ron have already left to go get spray tans, and Don's laying on the floor right now getting his belly button pierced by the maintenance man. I'll call Jay Boyd and see if we can get this scheduled for maybe Ash Wednesday Day. Does that work for you guys? Having ashes on the foreheads while they're shirtless and marching around could be kind of tribal and kind of hot. Think about it. Let me know. That's from Misty Plops.
Misty Plops.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where geriatrics with no internet access. Feel free to drop in at any time and demand Chiefs injury updates from Doug. The Billikens took LaSalle's measure at Chaffetz as Martin wisely elected not to nag Josh Schertz for a pregame selfie. TV ratings for the College Football Championship were down from last year, which Doug attributes to people watching inauguration coverage. The 3-1 floor claims the inauguration had the lowest TV ratings in 13 years, which cannot be right since we only have inaugurations every 4 years. NBA TV ratings are down, but Libby Jack gets more slippery than our city's untreated roads anytime you ask him about it. The Oscar nominations are out, but Libby Jack doesn't believe it since it was reported by Licks and not a fake Nick Saban Twitter account. Somewhere a listener complaining, for whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off. But really, it's because he changed his name to Zuck Asa Batch and then started getting all aggro on the fan page. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some emailer who identifies some mom from Ladue that we've made no effort to verify whatsoever, whether it's really a female, but since we don't know for sure it's a dude. Sup, Kevin Miller? We're going to play up the female angle to hype our Shishawali email competition. Doug thought Janie the lesbian was a pipe fitter from Spanish Lake until she called in. Iggy spent years trying to figure out whether the Swing Haven board member's wife was real, but because we have so little going on here in January 2025, we're going to rally around this younger man slash wife-trepreneur who most likely has a dong. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope with a nice little email.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, what you got?
There are a number of good ones.
Yes.
Great batch. Several.
I mean, tip of the
worthy
cap.
of a win.
Great batch.
Tip of the cap. They don't want the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom to win this thing.
Well, she may not, because today I'm voting for Grandpapa Licks.
I liked the self-made stay-at-home Ladue.
Wow, Jackson. You could cut the magic number to 2 if you just say the words self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I appreciate her work. I think she's wonderful, but I have to vote for the best email, and that was Grandpapa Licks.
Grandpapa Licks!
Well, that's nice.
Says one.
Okay.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, Doug. Design Air, the longest-running sponsor on TMA.
Well, as you said earlier, Tim, that it's going to warm up a little bit in the next week. But you're still going to need that furnace to work. And if it doesn't, you know who to call. That'd be Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served more than 10,000 people since the business opened in 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They pride themselves in how long they've been in business and serving the people of St. Louis. Longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. One thing they will never do, try to sell you something they don't need. They always want to make sure that you are very happy and that everything is working in tip-top shape when they leave your house, and they take their reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is, sponsor of our email today. BK and Ferrari are up next, 11 to 2. Then the Fast Lane 2 to 6 pregame for the Blues and Golden Knights at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. All right here on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.